Hello, hello. How you guys doing? Welcome, welcome. I'm only a few minutes late, so don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Probably. Hello. Hello, hello. So I'm gonna revisit some StudyBox stuff tonight. Today, it's not nighttime yet. Specifically, the script, the scripting language thing, the domain-specific language. It's been a while since we've touched any of that. I want to go over to here, then here, and then here. Okay, so it's been a while since we've touched any of this, and we've figured out a good chunk of it. Yeah, I want to see if I can get a little further, figure out where I was, because I remember, like we had like I said, a good deal of it figured out, but there were still a few, I don't know about unknowns or whatever, but yeah, we didn't like fully know what was going on with it. We only looked at like like a scripted like we only looked at the script from one of the ROMs, from what I remember. Yeah, so I want to look at a few more. I can actually close out some of that. Close out that. Close that later. A few more. There we go. Okay. So these are all the ROMs I have right now, right? And I believe we were looking at like the English 1 ROM before. But I want to have a look at some of the hearing tape ones this time around. Now these guys, they don't have a lot of interaction. They are mainly just like slideshows. Well, not really slideshows, but they're a story that you just hit A to progress, right? There isn't any multiple choice or any of that kind of stuff in there, right? There's no tests or anything really complex. It's all just telling the story, and you're hitting next to progress the story, right? So in theory, they'll be simpler. I don't know, maybe. But yeah, so we're gonna have a look at some of these. I've already went and unpacked a bunch of them, so we can see what this stuff is, right? I forget. Yeah, so we got the script data here. We got. Is that it? Oh, some more script data there. Okay. Some more there. Yeah, a lot of character and name table data. All right. I might also write some stuff to like decode this. The name table data. Are these always? No, they're not. Okay. NT data. Well, hang on. What's the size of those usually? Okay, so this one is. Oh God. Right. CD over to there. Please and thank you. Thank you. And so star NT data of that. A lot of them are roughly the same size. Well, they're close. So like half, like one name table, two name tables. Is that what that is? What's going on here? Jinx, how you doing? Did you hear AOL is shutting down its its dial-up service? It still had a dial-up service going? Really? I'm surprised, actually. I'm very surprised. Well, I mean, there aren't many just landlines anymore, are there? Like it's all VoIP stuff, right? So I guess that would make sense, you know? If you want a phone, you have to get an internet service with it. Yeah. That's funny, though. I didn't even know they were still doing it. Did I have notes of, like, the data inside these packets? Like, specifically, like, so... This is data presumably for the PPU, right? But where? Like, what address is it going to start at, right? So I know that the scripts, the script data has like an address at the very start, I think, right? Of where it's supposed to be placed or something like that, right? Like I thought that was this, or maybe that's the stack at the very beginning. Yeah, so I need to go like see if I can find my. I need to put like notes in here somewhere. You know, that's what I need to do. Like notes on the actual fucking script. You know. Docs. Instructions. Actually, before I get into all that, let me simulate some of this stuff. Is this where I am? That's where I am right now. Okay. So we're gonna CD over to there, which is the same goddamn. Oh, right, because of the unpacking and all that. God damn it. We'll go over to Enjoy English and then Hearing Tapes. And then let's grab this guy here. All right. CD over there. Oh. CD over there. Good. What do you mean it's not a... You're right, it's not a directory. Okay. Okay. Now we're gonna CD over to where I'm actually holding the stuff. I want to symlink some stuff. This isn't the right spot to be in. I want to. Oh God, I need to symlink the folder for the unpacked data. StudyBox, ROMs, no, unpacked ROMs. Enjoy English, hearing. Okay, this is what I want to do. All right. So we're gonna CD over to CodeNest, go StudyBox, and we're gonna put it right in here, I think, or. No. In here, maybe? The Schmill, how you doing? Welcome. And Enz, how you doing? The first person I saw today on Twitch uses T-Mux the code. Welcome, how you doing? I use T-Mux all the time. T-Mux in Vim. I think there's a few other people use it. Most people, though, are doing something in, like, you know, VS Code and like that. What am I working on? I am working on some reverse engineering stuff. So, I can just bring it over here. So this, come on, there it is. this right here is a peripheral for Emacs. Nice. Peripheral for the Famicom. Trap 8 on. It's a edutainment machine, right? Used long ago. Let me back up a little bit. I'm still waking up, I guess. I don't know. I need like coffee. Edutainment, right? So it's got like these tapes that have not really games on them. I thought I had a tape near me, but apparently I don't. Oh, because they're behind. I'm not getting up for them. But yeah, they've got like lessons on them for like kids that are like 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade, right? A lot of the ones that I've looked through on stream are English tapes. It teaches English to 3rd and 4th graders. And the programs come on these tapes, but they also have recorded audio on the tapes as well. And it's their own special format, right? So like the tapes for say like a Commodore 64, those are just like, pure data or whatever, right? Those are just loaded into memory, and then, the Commodore just runs it from memory. These, however, have their own special packaged format for the data. So we're not digging into we're digging into some of that packet stuff. So all the graphics that are a part of these tapes or these programs are all on the tape, right? None of those graphics are on the device itself. They're not on this thing. This is just the firmware, kind of. This is the engine that the tapes run on. And so they've got the graphics on there. They've got like the name table stuff, which is like where to put tiles and all that kind of stuff. And they also have a domain-specific scripting language that is a stack-based language that is interpreted on this machine. So we know a little bit about it. We've done a little bit of preemptive reverse engineering on the language. We've figured out a bunch of the engine itself, but there are still some unknowns. So we're gonna explore that a little bit more and hopefully flesh out some of my my code during the journey. New gen? Only new gen that I use. New gen? I'm not sure what that is. What did I major in? That was years ago. Software engineering or something? I don't know. It's been too long. I've forgotten. It's software something or other. But yeah. So we're digging into this. Let me actually open up one of those ROMs. So yes, we'll have a look at this one here. How dare you? You know what this? I'm supposed to open up in. I did some updates the other day. Oh no, because I screwed with the MIME type the other day. There we go. All right, let me get my controller here. Oh, I need to turn on my Bluetooth. Turn that on. The money up. Oh, fantastic. All right. Don't know what to do in the university. Starts next year. Good luck. And don't be afraid to, like, change your mind. I did. I started out doing, what was it? Like, video and photography? Right? I ended up not really liking that. I mean, it was neat, but not something I wanted to do for a career, Why is this taking... Okay, there it goes. Not something I wanted to do for a career. So I changed to, like, software engineering, basically. Let me go ahead and pause my music, and I'll turn on the audio for this guy. That's louder than I thought it would be. There you go. Now you can hear it.
このテープをよく聞いて問題シートの問いに答えましょう。テープの話は A ボタンで進んでいき、
So yeah,
問題として出題されるところは
recorded audio. So that's coming directly off the tape and it's being fed. Well, I mean, this is in the emulator, but on hardware, it's fed directly into the audio out. And the script is orchestrating. Orchestrating? I don't know if that's the right word. It's doing all the timing stuff and the animation and all that kind of crap, right?
2回繰り返されます。問いの番号は画面の左上に出るので注意してみてね。それから答えはいつもの
And
よ
yeah,
うに
so the hearing tapes, or the ones that I'm looking at right here, are pretty straightforward. Very little user interaction. It's mostly just a little like, not exactly video, but yeah, something along that. See, so this is what will happen. It'll get to a certain spot, and then it'll be like, "Hey, press A to continue." And that's all it really is, right? Just hit A, then it continues the story.
アフリカで動物のお医者さんをしている私
Using
のおじさん
N
のところへ
cubed,
遊びに行
I
き
don't know
ま
what
す。
they say or not. I'm not even sure what you mean by N
しっ
cubed.
かり操縦してちょうだい。
Okay.
ねえ
Okay.
ジョニー、なんだか変よ。この飛行機故障
Something's
してる
wrong,
んじゃない
Johnny.
Oh no!
Oh no.
ああ、ひどい、ガソリンがないんじゃない
Oh no, there's no gas.
ど
Oh
う
shit.
しよう。
Yeah. So yeah, all these graphics are on the tape itself, right? So a bunch of these CHRs, right? Well, all of those CHRs really make up the tiles here. So if I have a look at the tile viewer, you can see that not even all of it's, loaded. Well, it's not completely loaded. The number of tiles doesn't, fill out the full available space. There we go. And you can see that there's some of it. So the page and all that kind of stuff. Page 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9. That was all from the main menu. Do I speak Japanese? No. I understand enough to know that I don't understand Japanese. I can pick up things here and there, and that's about as far as I can go. All right. That's about as far as it is. And this is so this is for like 3rd and 4th graders, right? So the Japanese in this is pretty simple. Is pretty simplistic. And I don't know if that's the right word. It's fairly easy, right? It's not your complex adult language, right? It's for kids, right? So they speak, with smaller words and more common words and all that kind of stuff, right? And they'll say a bunch of stuff like twice or whatever. So getting the gist of what's happening here is actually kind of straightforward, especially because this is English hearing, right? So they'll actually speak in English here a little bit. Look. A cute monkey. Hello. I think I have to hit A in a second. Yep, so now I gotta hit A.
This is my grandmother.
It's the grandmother. Beep, beep. So, yeah. It's hearing practice, not a test or anything like that. It's just like a hearing practice. And that's what this ROM is really all about, right? But yeah, so all this stuff is on the tape. So these tapes, I kind of want to grab one, but I don't want to get up. Do you like my hat? No, I don't. Do you like chicken? Yeah, so it comes on these tapes here, and it's in a packeted format, packet and segment and all that kind of stuff. So I have disassembled the packet here, or disassembled the tape ROM, right? Because the ROM itself is really just a container format for all the different packets, essentially, right? So it's got the audio here, which is just the recorded audio, and then the rest of this would be on the other track as just raw data, but it's been decoded into its into its own packets, right? So the emulator can handle it nicer, which means we can also handle it a little bit nicer, right? We don't have to worry about decoding audio or whatever, which is a separate project that I've got going. to have a little bit more robust of an audio decoder, but we're not working on that tonight. At any rate, let me actually hey, let me go back over here. Let me go over into this one. All right. Codeness, godness. Bin chur util. Let's take this one. Go out. Pung. That. Does that actually work? It did. So that's the PNG of that character the character data, right? Let me actually open that up in eSprite. And can I just, I can't just like drag it up, can I? I cannot, of course not. That would have been too easy. File open. I don't need you to see my folder, by the way, so I'm bringing it over here. Give me a sec. Give me a sec to get over to that folder. Go up. Once I can hit play my music again. It's too quiet. Left alone, I thought. Over here. Oh, open the folder. Damn it. There, and then over there, and then there. Okay. Enjoy English, the hearing tape, and number 6. And this one. There we go. Now it zooms in a little bit better. All right. So let me actually do a for f in star.chur do code nes go nes bin chur util. Let's do the file, but without the chur. Put a pung on it as the output, and then just do file. Done. That's also echo F. Okay, so we got a few more of them in there now. Good. Open. Yeah. Why? Why is he using that palette? Treat util. Can I change? Can I change the palette? I don't remember if I can actually change the palette. Palette, yes. Okay. Okay, I can. 0, 5, A, and F. That's not... What? Default value being that. No, that's not the default value. The default value is different now. What do you want about? Nope. This one. Those open. Well, whatever. I'm not really gonna worry about it. That's not really what I'm dealing with today. Anyway, yeah. That's what I'm dealing with anyway. All right. Where am I? I am over there. Let's go up one. CD. CD over 2. Or no. Let's do an ls. This. Now I can CD over 2. Code. Nes StudyBox. hacked. Now let's see real quick. Link, symbolic. I don't want to grab this. That. 2. Hearing 06. There we go. Fantastic. Speed over to here. Hearing 06. Beautiful. Okay. Command script to code. What are what are the options to this? Input, output, start address. Okay. What? I'll grab this real quick. Put them in there. Let me work on load. Okay. Address 6000. I believe that's the script. Yep. Mark data type end script. Okay. Yep. Then delay. Well, actually, this. Welcome load bank 1 address 6000. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. Well, I don't think I have that built yet, do I? I'm gonna build that so I can actually use it. Is there a make file? There is. Make file. Script the code. Okay. Make. Undefined format. Go to hell. All right, because I did that. All right. There we go. Okay. Code. NES. SP. Nope. Go StudyBox. Bin. Script decode. Input is going to be this first one. Output is the second. Yep. And that's just going to be that dot text. Okay. 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 Yeah. Store address, stack address, 74C. Really? Way out there? Oh, no, okay, wow. That's a decent sized script then. Wow. So the numbers in this, by the way, are the actual address that it is loaded into in the ROM, right? So actually, if I reload this, hit that. Pause it right when it gets to. Actually, I can do this. Debugger. Oh, you know what I need to do? Hang on. I need to first import labels. Excuse you. StudyBox 2024. This is the most recent, right? select that one. Okay. Should be good. Add a breakpoint. CPU memory address 6,000 to 7,000. We're gonna break on execution. Jamaica, how you doing? Welcome. Turn off audio again. I don't need that. Has this been memory dealer? Let's actually go over to 6,000. See what it's doing over here. What the fuck is all that? What is it? What is it? Oh, because that's the breakpoint that I've got set. That's why it's looked weird. All right. Loading it. Or loading some of it anyway. Really? Because it doesn't execute that, it reads it. God damn it. Whatever. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. All right, so we can see right there, 74C5. That is the stack. See, this is incorrect there now. Edit that. The read like that. Yeah. The episode of Discord is painful, but apparently in 2007, Verizon only employed data to the call center that didn't understand the difference between $2 and a point. Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. The $0.002 and $0.002. Yeah. Yeah, there is a difference there, believe it or not. Yeah. Oh, change the color of the breakpoint stuff. Let's go ahead and restart that. Infinite Coder, how you doing? Welcome. So now that we've got that breakpoint in there correctly, because it's not going to execute anything directly there, because that's not 6502 that it's reading, it's script data that it's reading. There we go. Load up the stack address. What did I have a lot of it in there. All right, because that's in a different bank. That's in a different bank, right. So even though this is, you know, where I expect that code to be and where we just read from, it swapped out the bank. This one here, we're in 00 now. If it swaps back, we are in 02. Bank 02. Oh. I'm guessing he's a bank. All right, so this, what routine is this? No idea. Cool. No idea what routine this is. Fantastic. But this here, VM code loop, this is the start of well, the VM. Yeah, so one tape NOI setup, so it's I've actually got the beautiful. So 01E6, 01E6, 0195. Right, tape NMI setup, tape NMI shenanigans set. Then wait for tape. Push word. If pointer stack. I need better like descriptions of this shit, honestly. Probably start with that, all right? Tape NMI shenanigans and shenanigans set. What? Tape NMI setup instead of tape NMI. What the fuck is the difference? Oh my god. Do I have these, like, as labels somewhere? Hopefully. Flags. Handlers. Okay. Tape NMI setup, so that's E6. Go there. Test and tape NMI setup, and if not already set up, stores arg A in some arrays. So that, let me, what is, okay. Opcode argument count. Op count? Inline operands. Length and bytes. Got it. And then return count. How many returns? Okay. All right. And then it that uses that. What the fuck? 6 JSR. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna put a breakpoint here, and we're just gonna step through some stuff. RAM B check if we showed off. I know it alone, so that into RAM bank B could have it. Okay, so this is RAM bank crap that I don't care for. Oh, this is just okay. Yep. Save the code and stack pointer. Yep. Let me add this to the memory view. Not the memory viewer. No, I want to add that to the watch. Add watch. And we're going to treat it like an address instead of a byte. 74C7. Let's go there. I can actually disable all of that. Delete. There it goes. Refresh. 74. C. 67's there. Did that script actually take up all that space? I think it does. This is a long script. Ah, yep, okay. Yep. So, a while back, we realized this. The variables are actually set up in the script. So, it's a stack-based language, yes. But you also want to be able to use variables by name every once in a while, right? So what it does here is it just, because everything's in RAM already, it just writes some zeros, or it has some zeros in the script, that wouldn't normally get executed, right, or pushed to the stack, really. And it just references those by address. So it allocates them, basically, in the script, which is kind of neat. So that's what all of that is. This right here. These are all the script variables then. The ones that are initialized to 0 anyway. Right? All this stuff down here. And eventually we get some, like, data stuff, right? 100, 76, and then some break engines. So that's just data. That's not actual code. That's going to be data. And that break engine one, by the way, yeah, seeing that, like, especially that they're in pairs here. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3. Yeah, these are all These are all probably words, actually, you know? One, two, three, four, five, six. Yeah, these are all words. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. So the engine works with not bytes but words. So 2 bytes long for basically everything. So that makes sense. That actually makes sense. All right. Okay. All right. But up here, let's see. Yeah, stack forward, jump. So loop. Code pointer. Is that part of the data? Yeah. Oh, right, because that was the one. It took that. Right, because the first part of the script isn't calling a function. It's reading that variable in or that data in, putting it on the stack. So that's on the stack now. It should be right. Because that's down at, what did I say? 74C7. 74C7. That's the D. Oh, no. Okay, so 74C5, I believe, is the start of the actual stack, but it's because we've put something on it, it's increased. 74C5 is the start of the stack, and why is the music broken? God damn it. So I added that number to the stack as a word, which is that right there. So now the stack is pointing at the word next, or the next bytes rather, right there. But that's uninitialized. That's garbage data. Okay, good. And now it's going to call set up arguments. Yep. Execute opcode. It's going to call the opcode essentially. Tape NOI setup. Set up some tape NOI stuff, if not already set up. Stores arg A in some arrays. Load that byte. 740. I mean, it was checked every once in a while for different things. What is this inside of? Who knows? Okay. Oh, because that's clearing it out. Yep. Because that's the engine start, essentially. This one, 82. Tape and noise shenanigans. Isn't that what, No, that's 95. And this one, 83 tape wait. That's if we're waiting for tape data. So if we're waiting for tape data, we do this. Okay, jump over here, something tape. What is this? Cache. Tape control cache easy. So that's... Is that waiting for some tape? stuff? Tape data? No. Maybe like something to do with seeking? Let me open up which one was it? Or this one here? Analysis. Control cache. Drive controls. Probably this guy, right? Status? Read status? Ending with fourth bottom. But that's... So the only one here that checks for 4, or that has 4 anything for 4 listed, is some audio enable stuff. So if audio is enabled, isn't enabled, but that wouldn't be turned on by the tape itself, right? That would be turned on by a script, I thought. If it's turned on by a script, this is an infinite loop right here, or this is a loop outside that script. Yeah, well, at any rate. E6. Okay, so that one is... Oops. Nope, I want this one. Can call 82. And this one. No, not can. Will. Vanix, how you doing? The numbers, parameters, headers. These here. Oh, so this is so I'm working with decoding a binary script essentially, right? This is the opcode, and then the rest of this is metadata for that opcode. This metadata was extracted out of data tables in the firmware ROM. They correspond to this stuff down here. So we got the opcode, the number of arguments it takes, the inline operands, and the number of things it returns. Those are the numbers, and then a name, a mnemonic for it. So that's what each of these lines is. We'll call that if 0740 not equal to 0. Right. Type in all my stuff. If the right setup stores arguments arrays. Equal. RTS. Let me actually put a breakpoint on that. So I'll just go to the next opcode, right? It'll run to the next opcode. So it'll read one next, which is the next piece of data in the script, and then it'll execute 95, opcode 95. So read 1. Now it's going to read 95. So as far as that stack, yep, it's still 1. Because it would have popped the thing off, then put something back on it, pushed 1 back on it, right? And then this one, back up. That is one that I hadn't labeled yet, isn't it? Label handler 95 is unlabeled. Okay. This is handler 95. And label handler 95. What did I call it over here? Tape NMI shenanigans set. Tape NMI. This one also loads that up. Okay, grabs argument A. Was this part of that array that the other one wrote to? No. This guy. That's here. Yeah. X is 1. So we're looking at the second byte of this array. Second and third byte. What? Second and 0, 1, 2, 3. This guy here. Kind of. Fourth byte. That one. It's like a split table for words. Or not even words, like I don't know. Well, yeah, I mean, I guess it could be words, because it's split in half, right? The plus 0 and the plus 2, so it's 3 bytes long, that table. That array, whatever. Spread out to 1. Branch equal, nope, load 1, start there, and there. And there. Wait, over here. Oh, that's in, that's in that non-banked RAM. Right. Again, this guy, yoink. Oh, this is also in this guy. But it's 0. Yeah. Wait, no. No. Where did I do with the will call? This guy. That is also on 95. There's that. Oh. Okay. More long jump. Turn on NMI. Turn off. Set up. Oh, God. Oh, no, it's just one of them. Set up this guy. NMI. So sets RAM to ED00. Push A, X to A, push A, X to A, Y to A, push A. Oh, that isn't all of that. Pointers, audio stuff, maybe, yep. Do action set during the frame, if any, the action ID is a 94. Oh. It's been a while since I've looked at my notes here. Next in that script. Wait for tape. Oh, yeah, because we're still over here. Yeah. Let's go to the tile map. Viewer. Zoom out a little bit. Let's see what's on the tile map. I'm going to move this off screen. That. And I have the tile viewer up. No, I'll grab one of those as well. Tile viewer. Well, grayscale here. Okay. Right. So now the stack we should have 10. We actually need 2 of these. Well, I don't need 2 of them actually. That's fine. 7, 4, C, 4. A. That's 10. Yep. 11. Wait for tape. Load that. Or it. Why does it or that? That doesn't make any sense. Branch not equal. Return if 60. Oh, okay. I guess it does. So the high bit, if if the high bit set, it disables it, I guess. Right? Or doesn't wait if it's why the whatever. Sure, fine, whatever, it's fine. Clear some stuff. Clear some stuff, all right. Let argument A, store that in B3. That's not one I want to be cleared. A plus 1. 5 buttons left? Is that like waiting for... Or not waiting for, but that, is that something like... don't know. So word, yeah. Okay, 4424. What use is this guy? Only in here. Okay, so it's unique to whatever this tape thing is. The duration. But compare that to compare it to B3. B3? Oh, that might be mislabeled, actually. Button left. Really? Specify based on the press status of A, B, start, select left and right. Note that up and down are not checked here. Interesting. Well, that's just clobbering that. B4. And that's right around the other stuff, so probably might be unrelated. Well, that branch equal to loop. Yeah, that I think is something that is changed in the IRQ. IRQ. IRQ flag. Yeah, it's like that's kind of like a state, something for the state right there, right? I appreciate that. Load up. 4200. Which one is this? Data. Oh, reading the data from the tape. Okay. So, load A. Ah! Yep, okay. Store it there. Load the cache. FB and it with FE or FA. Store that into the cache. Disable decoding, I guess. 202. I disabled decoding. Well, that branch not equal. Yep. Tape byte. Compare to C5. That's like the check bit, isn't it? C5 or check byte, right? Branch not equal. This is seeing. Yeah, so this minus. Is that an infinite loop for another IRQ? Is that what that is? That seems dangerous. Because that could fill up the whole stack. Hold on, check that. Oh, right. No, that's a status bit. That's not. Yeah, so that's polling it, waiting for something to happen there. Well, that and that branch equal over here. Yeah. So we read something in, I guess. Enable decoding. Do I have those backwards? Disable, enable. Do I have those backwards? Control the cache. Control 4202. Hex F B, not in decimal. I want that in binary. 1 2 4. Audio enable. Disable audio. Kind of, maybe, I don't know. Oh, this is not set up yet. Byte 07E. No, that's not a 07E9. What? Load that branch equal. Okay, load that branch equal. Wait. Branch not equal. Ah. Byte 4428. How many times is that used? Only in here. Really? This is something specific with the IRQ for this routine, right? What's AD this routine? Well, starting there anyway. Some sort of like weight or something like that. Load that up. If it's not 0, return. Load that up. If it's not 0, go down to here. that a loop? That's not a loop, is it? C7, it's just there. Okay, so it skips this, skips resetting that. Resets all this stuff. Increment, load that into X, load A, and it, branch not equal, down here, pair X. Yeah, I'll appreciate that. Increment that, load A. 5. And 1, branch not equal. These both check for 35. So, is this something where like you call this routine over and over again, and when it hits 35, it resets some stuff? Alright, load that up, branch equal to the RTI, skip all kinds of other stuff. Attribute crap. Alright. Label 2F59. What is this the one? Load the cache, and it with FB, store it, and then store it there. What is this? FB. So that's disable audio and enable audio. Possibly. Label 38EB. Disable. Label 38F5. Enable audio. Yeah, we're not sure if that actually is audio stuff, by the way, but... Did I... D6, not 4. Used barely anywhere, it's only in this. Whoa, kind of. Well, that's clearing something out. Alright. In the, like, initialization or something like that, right? And everything else looks like it's more or less in this function. Except for that load right there. Which is somewhere else. These other ones are all here. Okay, not that one, I guess. That is clearing it out. Wait. Clear it, set it to 1. Okay. Initialization variable kind of thing? a run once kind of thing, I guess, maybe. Yeah. That's not equal to that. That's equal. So either this will happen or this will happen. Anyway, so now we're going to return from IRQ. And we are not where I thought we would be. All right. Well, no, yes we are. Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Wait, nothing changed between those lists, right? Load that, compare. No, these are changing either. Branch equal. No, branch. We're B1. Breakpoint. Break on right of that. Bam. Okay. No. Oh, okay. So yeah, we dropped it from there. Right. Increment by 16. Increment what by 16? Increment B0 by 16. No. What? Load by B0. Clear carry. Add hex 10 compared to 60. Branch equal. Okay. Load a 50 is an A. Okay. Clear carry. Add hex 10. 60. Branch equal. Okay. Load 0. Store it there. Increment. And that handles wraparound right there. That's what that is. Resets a bunch of stuff. This is what? NMI? NMI, yep. And IRQ immediately fires? What? Now that's one. Okay. Is that like wait for 10 bytes, maybe? wait for tape. So that's not necessarily like waiting for a condition from the tape. It's waiting X iterations for something. Yeah. D5. CD 5. With n iterations. ARG-A iterations. Not sure what it's waiting for, though. Iterations is undefined? Yeah. Probably not frames, but data from tape? Possible. It's possible. Alright. Go on to the next one. That's not what I wanted. Well, I mean... 2. Okay. Compare that, yeah. Enable audio there. Oh god, what? Wait, huh? Okay, mark as code. Oh boy. Mark as code. Possible data recorder? Lots of variant to 4016. Looks a lot like writing data. Looks a lot like writing to the data recorder. What? Wait, hang on. This doesn't have functionality to do that, does it? Maybe it does. Debug. Wait, what the fuck? Debug screens. Wait a minute. What the fuck? Imagine having two tape machines up those things at once. Imagine that. So that's what this is here. Okay, so let's edit label. Label 3B79. Well, that's never used. like ever. Because byte E4 never has that bit set. That's interesting. Yeah, just store it there, so that's not set there. That's really interesting. Okay. What's this one now? Yeah, this one audio. Just over here, what is this one? Control stuff. That's actually used too, so it does get there. Edit. Edit. 07EB. So we just got through going through this one here. Is it writing out like debug crap? That'd be fascinating. Writing out debugging information to the data recorder. Which, I mean, if you're debugging, that'd be an interesting way of doing it, right? To get a view into the engine or something, right? Get yourself an oscilloscope set up and hook that up to the audio out on the data on the keyboard. That'd be really interesting, actually. Maybe that's like for development stuff, right? Where they have just like a device reading off of that decodes data that's sent. Huh. I don't know. It's all speculation at this point, anyway. All right, now done more of this. We've done it 3 times. Go to NMI. This part, what's this? Debug recording. Possibly? I don't know. So that's what this looks like it's doing. Maybe. We'll get to that. We'll get there in a second. Hang on. All right, so back to some stuff. Sure. And then loads of a flag. Compare it to 6. Carry is not set, so it doesn't jump over it. So it writes the sprites. Yep. Do action. Execute the action that was set during the frame, if any. The action ID is in byte 94. Right, load that. Compare to FF. Branch not equal to there. Okay. Oh, so that's if it's FF, it loads from the PPU. If it's 5, it writes PPU data? It did directly after buffer. Address buffer. Reads data directly after address in the buffer. Okay. Buffer address. That's a loop. Store that. You don't want it. Store it there. Oh, okay. So it starts at the ad. Yeah. Okay. Well, the ad. That's the buffer, really. That isn't named right, but whatever. Sure. Okay, we gotta load that up. Compared to 5, so we're not actually writing any PV data. Compared to 4, and we're not. Wait, what's the difference between the data and the buffer? This, wait. And it with FB. Oh, is it like vertical or something, maybe? And with FB. Okay, what does that turn off? CPU registers. And that's in Control 2000. Here. That turns off. Increment. Okay, so that's vertical. Or, yeah. No, this is horizontal. Edit label. Write preview data. Horizontal. I don't know why they have to have 2 of them, though. And this one. Oh, nothing. Yeah, okay. Well, it's a... Is that just a copy-paste of this function? Hang on. Hang on. Hold up. Did they do that again? Those bastards. Yeah, it's copy pasted fucking code. Oh my god, why? Why do it that way instead of just setting the control variable and calling the same code? Why would you do that? Such a waste of space. Oh my god. Oh, I hate it. I hate it so much. Jesus. Okay. I'm a bitch. Also, these label formats are different, but whatever. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Alright, so it's not writing vertically either. Load that, store it into the action again, but sure, whatever. Oh, no, because that's, you run the action, clear it out. Duh, alright, yeah. No action, okay. Wait, the scroll? Yep, sure. RAM bank stuff. Load that. Branch not equal. No, we don't need to do any of that. Is that just like... setting, like, hey, we need to change banks? Is that what that is? Just clearing some shit out. Load 0, store it there. That starts at 6 though, so that's actually not gonna hit that one. Interesting. Yeah, I think that's the top of the engine or whatever, right? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, this is like bank swap crap and keeping track of that, I think, right? And a bunch of table shit. Oh my god. Yeah, alright. Yeah, no, I don't care. RTS, it's fine. Recontroller data. This does some weird shit. Oh, this is fucking expansion controllers, right? Right? I think that's what that's for. If I'm remembering, if I am remembering right, I don't want to do it there. Let's jump out of that. Okay, and then this here, this is that weird tape NMI crap, where, oh god, in one of these, was it this one? No, one of these, it was writing out to a controller port like it would write out to the data recorder, right? All right, load X, decrement that, branch plus, so loop. So find them the last thing in the loop. What the fuck is this? Load I branch equal. No, because I'd only decrement one of them. Or I'd only decrement by one. Unless it's 0. Load X3, decrement this, branch plus. Why is it loading X? Oh, okay. So if this is 0, I'm sorry, negative, it starts at 5 again. Is this guy 5 long? Yes. Decrement array E7. Add label. Dec array 0 0 0 7 E1. Yeah. But will not go Negative. I didn't spell array right. I need to hit the bathroom real quick. I'll be back. Don't go anywhere. Grab a snack. I need a snack. This one. There. Okay. There. All right. Load that. And 9F. That's most everything. 9F. That's what I was looking for. So let's get rid of those two bytes there, 2 bits there. Branch equal RTS. It's equal. Okay, RTS. Possibly like to check for enabling audio, I guess. I don't know. And this one is all right. Byte E6. Where is this used? All over the place. Okay, cool. Kind of. Between F889 and FD09. Which isn't... I don't know. I mean... E7's used a bunch too. What is going on here? I'm getting sidetracked. Where's my execution? There it is. Ah, right. Okay. Yeah. Load that. ASLA. Branch carry clear. Carry is not clear. I'm going on to the RTS. That would have jumped over this. and enabled audio. Yeah, there's that possible data recorder thing right there. Yeah, lots of writing in 4016 looks like a lot like writing to the data recorder. Right. It has a delay loop in here. Delay loop USB-C. Push A, set carry, load A, subtract one. Set. Okay. Loops 10 times. SBC. Two cycles a pop. Where's Dex? That's also 2 cycles. So this is a loop. What's it? A delay loop that doesn't use X or Y. It doesn't clobber X or Y, rather. Not that it would have mattered. No, it does matter because it's in a loop. Yeah, okay. Yeah, whatever. Alright, well. This. And command. You know. Well, guys, how you doing? What am I reversing? This guy. Hang on. Have a little shot. Give me a shot. So, you had one of these? Really? Did you really? The Famicom? That I could say. This is a bit more rare. One of these guys right here. The console. Okay, yeah. That's more understandable. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. This is a tape machine. It's like a edutainment console, edutainment device, right? So you got tapes. On the tapes are programs for 3rd, 4th, and 5th graders to like learn English and science and some math and stuff. And it's got recorded audio on it, as well as data. And part of that data is a scripting language. A domain-specific scripting language. And we're going through a bit of that today. Refreshing a lot of my memory of how it worked. And see if we can dig a little bit more into that. Mr. Friend, how you doing? Looks over heart, nice. Build web apps and nerd out, nice. Nice to meet you too. Welcome. But yeah, so it's a educational kind of device thing. Vocational? Sure. Sure. One of the tapes we're looking at now is for English. It's a hearing exercise tape, right? It doesn't really have any lessons per se on it, no multiple choice stuff. It's just a not exactly slideshow, but a little story that you just listen along to. Oh. Good tunes, thank you. They should try to choose something to work on. Huh. I use a service to play my music so I don't get copyright struck on it. I had too much drinking, not enough to eat last night. Oh no. I've been working my way through the consequences today. Finally have breakfast in front of me. Good morning, Bridgewater. I don't even really remember what I did yesterday. I went to Saints Row. I reinstalled that the other day because I felt like it. Have you ever tried KDE? I have. And KDE gets in my way. Welcome, by the way, Zivis Naka. So I was trying to. I was using it a while back. But my keyboard layout is non-standard. This is my keyboard layout. I had gotten this working in KDE, right? And then I did some updates, and all of a sudden I couldn't use my layout anymore. Not only could I not use my layout, I couldn't even use Dvorak, let alone this bastardization of the layout. I was stuck in QWERTY, and all the IME stuff that I had set up also broke. So I couldn't type. I couldn't type in KDE, so I dumped it. I'm now using XFCE, because it just gets out of my way for the most part. You know. Doesn't try to be fancy for me. I don't need that. I'm on the terminal a lot anyway. You know. So I just need something simple for that. Something simple that doesn't get my way. I've also tried i3. That one, oh my god, that one couldn't stop getting out of my way. Holy sh! It couldn't stop getting into my way. Well, yeah. You know what I mean. That one was even worse than KDE, honestly, because the tiling window manager stuff. Yeah, that completely ruined my workflow. But I mean, KDE is nice. It's just not for me. You know, not for me. Just gets in my way. Yeah, this is my layout. This is what I use. Yeah, I use that here and at work. Only difference is at work I don't have a split keyboard. There's a single keyboard at work. You know. What the hell is it? I think it's a 60%? No. Loop again. 3. Yep, alright. What's this? Go location. Alright, that's what I want. Let's not do any of that. Okay. Now we're on to the next word. A few frames later. You're trying to remap stuff in software if I can avoid it. Not that I do anything too fancy. Build the keyboard is much more straightforward. I mean, it can be, yeah. You know, I prefer it on the OS level because then I don't have to worry about like when I change a keyboard or whatever, you know. Well, but I don't use that layout everywhere. I mean, it's only what the machines I'm on the most. So, for instance, my stream machine, the one's actually handling the stream for Twitch and YouTube right now. That is just using standard Dvorak, not the modified one that I'm using over here. All right. So it's usually not that big of a deal, but for whatever reason, KDE just broke some stuff. Yeah, it was the IME. It completely broke. That just stopped working, and my layout. It didn't like my layout at all. And as for the IME, I've actually got that all. Remember how I'm supposed to actually change that? Was it Alt? No. Control space. What the fuck was that? What was my key combo for that, actually? I forget now. Figure. Control and right Alt. No, that ain't right. Control and left shift. That sounds more right. No. Oh shit. What the fuck was it? What? Oh my god, my battery died on my controller. KD, haha, no. You have right. Shift super space. No. Control right alt? Maybe that one. That's what it is. There we go. So that actually works, right? Actually works now. Whoop, I forget. Oh, right, because I'm not in insert mode. So there we go. Now I'm in insert mode. Now. There it goes. No. Vim doesn't play nice with Japanese, but whatever. No. First engineering is fun. Yeah. I'm just figuring out what popular design trends from websites and then ripping off like etc. So, yeah, I mean, it's yeah. I mean, what I'm doing here is not like design stuff. It's more of like how this device works, right? The end goal is writing my own programs for the StudyBox on tape, right? Eventually, I would like to be able to compile a program and build a program, convert it to audio, record it to a tape, and then play it on hardware. I want to get homebrew on this thing. It's a lot of steps that I need to, a lot of things I need to figure out before I can really get that working. But, you know, a little bit at a time. Recently moved to KDE after many years of cinnamon. Because the book got too annoying with a multi-monitor setup. Yeah. Oh. I had a similar but different bug in KDE, but figured it won't work similar time. Fortunately, all these have their issues and can vary greatly depending on additional hardware. Yes. After 30 years, of using Linux on the desktop, mostly given up on any hopes things will not suck. Which I could be. Yeah. So I've got multi-screen set up as well, right? The way I have it set up now works fine. I don't remember any issues in KDE. At least nothing that like stuck with me. I don't think. There may have been times where it like reset some settings in with regards to that, but you know. Something confusing that clearly happens to me is that I end up with the system IME set on Japanese while I'm in Emacs, expecting things to work like Emacs. Emacs is Japanese IME. Oh no. Because of course Emacs has its own fucking IME. One thought I had for tapes was to use the cassette interface on a family keyboard and try and produce StudyBox compatible output. Yeah, so it has to be either on a terminal. It absolutely has this Got a 4K, a 1080p, and 3 1600p monitors. Every OS likes that kind of setup. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. And that's one thing that I've seen both Linux and Windows struggle with is multi-monitor setups, right? The way I have it set up on Linux right now is how do I want to phrase it? The least offensive, I guess. Where XFCE just gets out of my way, and it puts my monitors in virtual space where I want them, and what makes sense in physical space, right? So if I have a window that's halfway between two monitors, right? Like there's a monitor here, the one that you're seeing that I capture, and there's a monitor over to my right that's vertical, right? It's a portrait monitor. Monitor? Yeah, I'm saying that right. Okay. So if I drag a window halfway across, it's more or less the same spot physically on both of those monitors, right? It's a straight line across. Same thing if I go over here. I've got a landscape monitor over here on my left-hand side. And that, more or less lines up, nicely over there. For whatever reason, on Windows, that's a bitch. That's a bitch to actually get set up and have it stay fucking correct. I guess. My work setup is a mess, right? And not to mention on Windows, okay, I have a window and I'm trying to slowly drag it across the border. You saw that, right? Where it goes BAM! So Windows will highlight this area and hold the cursor at the boundary, right? So when I take something and I want to just move it over, right? You notice that it doesn't like flash that space that well, it does sometimes, but it doesn't flash this, and it certainly doesn't hold my cursor there, right? So I've got to keep pushing past it. Windows will fucking hold my cursor at the fucking monitor boundary, be like, oh, you totally want to snap this, right? And I'm like, no, I want to drag it to the other fucking monitor. Stop it! I remember I found the setting in the registry somewhere to turn that shit off, and it was off for 4 days, and then it turned itself back the fuck on, and I was so mad. Jamaica, are you on 11? My work machine's 11. Mr. Friend, you flatter me. You are? How did you get that turned off, then? And how did you keep it turned off, rather? Some of it is just the UX of setting up monitors. For instance, KD doesn't mark the monitors for more than a couple seconds, so you don't know where they are. It also will name the monitors invalid vendor code name. Yeah. KD has video X for that. That too. If you want to snap, you have to configure some buffer zone, and then when dragging windows between monitors, it will hold them far longer than it should. You didn't do anything special. I don't believe you. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm plugged into a dock or some shit. I don't know. Does XFCE have what's it? Those zones? Probably. Not that I'm gonna really look for it now, but it's in the settings somewhere, I think, right? Probably over here, but I'm not gonna fuck with it and break something. Might be Power Toys? Yeah, okay. I need to go find that stuff again. I might actually have that installed, honestly. I'll double check, because I installed that right, because Windows is a bitch, and has a bunch of hotkeys for random shit, right? That you don't fucking want. So for me, my portrait monitor is for two things mainly. One, for reading documents, PDFs and the like. Do that a lot at work. Because it's landscape, it fits the whole page nicely and readable and all that kind of shit, right? It's nice. I'll use that for reading manga and shit too. It works beautifully for that. And the other thing I'll use it for is chat, right? So at work, I've got my Teams on that monitor on the top of it. On the bottom is a web browser for fucking YouTube and Discord and shit. Now, here, I even used it earlier today, on my setup here, if I hit Super or the Windows key and is that C, I think? Yeah, Windows C or Super C, right? I get this. This is a screenshot, right? That's a region. So I click and drag, let go, and then I've actually got it open. I don't know, one over here, bam. That's just what I took a screenshot of, right? It's very useful, very, very useful, right? Puts it in my paste buffer as well. So if I go over to here, right, I hit Control Shift V. Look at that. Makes it useful for like pasting in chat and whatever, right? It's nice. Nice. Yeah, so I wanted to use that with I forget what the name of the program is. Xshare, I think? Xshare. Something like that. I think. It's a screenshot program where you can do stuff like that, right? So I bound the key the same on my Windows machine to Windows key C. Except, oh, so let me set that. Cool. I go to use it. It opens up Teams. Windows Teams is already open. What the fuck you doing? Stop it. So I had to install something. I think it might have been Power Toys to fucking disable the Windows hotkey so I could use my own fucking hotkey for something. Radius pivot? I haven't even heard of that. No matter what OS you use, they're all shit. Yeah. And that basically boils down to I'm used to the bullshit that this OS, this setup gives me, right? I'm used to it. Are there things jank in this? Perhaps a fucking lootly. But it's jank I'm okay with. You know, it's funny. Power Toys is made by Microsoft. Wasn't it like made by someone else, and then like Microsoft acquired that or something like that? Either like hired the guy or whatever. MS employee, yeah. Is it the employee's own like personal project, or is it like endorsed in 100% by Microsoft? Radius pivot was a CRT monitor for the Macintosh. Ah, that's why. So you could switch between portrait and landscape orientation. Okay, so I have heard of that, but I didn't remember it by name. As in, while the computer's running. Yeah, I didn't remember that by name, but I have actually heard of that. Yeah. Alt Shift S. Well, okay, so here's the thing, Trap. I was already used to the Super C, the Windows C key combo from Linux stuff. It's already used to that. Then I get a laptop from work. I want to use the same key bindings. And I just got in my fucking way. That and that's the that other one's like the Windows snip, whatever the fuck. That I no longer trust because I got a pop-up at one point being like, hey, by the way, we're gonna start using AI to look at your screenshots, and I go, fuck you, you won't. As part of their dev tools. Oh. Interesting. Yeah, I need to actually make sure that like recall isn't on my work machine as well. Yeah. I still don't understand, by the way, how my company that I work for, hasn't freaked the fuck out at Adobe for all their AI bullshit that they're putting in things, right? Like in Adobe Acrobat, right? Now, I'm not sure if this is just the Pro version or if it's all the versions of it. You highlight something and it goes, oh, you want to ask the AI? And like, no, I don't want to ask. I don't want to send any data to your fucking AI. Hey, do you want to summarize this PDF? Adobe, it's a PDF of checks. No, I don't want to summarize this shit. Had support for Windows 95 once? Wow. 1996. Ooh, boy. So the freeware or later open source system utility designed for power users, developed by Microsoft for use on. Okay, it was developed by Microsoft for the whole time. All right. Programs add or change features, maximize productivity, or add more customization. Power tools are available for Windows 95, XP, 10, 11. Explicitly not compatible with Vista 7, 8, or 8.1. I feel like I've used it in 7 though. Power tools for Windows 10 and 11 are free and open source. Where software license on MIT and hosted on GitHub. I know I've used it on XP though, because I've done some like tweak UI type stuff. Oh yeah, see that's the XP screenshot. What do you remind me that Microsoft had been around for quite a while now, and of the phrase, only Nixon could go to China? What? What? I've never heard of that phrase. What's more from here? Huh. Round the clock. At an analog clock, round clock without a square window. What, fucking is. Oh god! Someone saw the X11 demos where it's got like round windows and shit. What's happened there? MS-DOS mode configuration wizard customization tool. Wow. It uses the configure Windows startup files without having to manually edit config sets with auto exec. Okay. Keyboard remap. Reassign functions to keys on keyboard. Alright. Logo key control. MS-DOS games that so that Windows would ignore the Windows logo key while games are running. Conventional memory tracker to track and break down the amount of memory being allocated by virtual device drivers. Windows Process Watcher on the top monitored how much CPU resources were taken by individual programs. Time zone editor, and we'll use to create and edit time zone entries. Oh, interesting. Power calculator. Oh my god. No higher. Come on, really? Fancy calculator, though. Fancy. Discontinued. Background switcher. I had it in a slideshow. Oh. Internet Explorer Find Bar. This feature is natively supported by Windows by Internet Explorer 8. New image burner. And shell audio player. Super fast user switcher. Oh my god. Huh. Anyway. What was I? I don't even know where I was. What was I doing? Do I have any unknowns in here, by the way? I do have some unknowns. Okay, so we should probably try and figure out the unknown stuff. Oh, that's why I had changed that. Okay. Well, I'll keep them on there like that. It's fine. All right. Labels. Handler. 9. E. Location. Eh? Oh, that branch not equal. Argument B is equal. Clears everything out. C and D. Kind of. And the D. It goes over. Wait a minute. How much you can remap win plus key combos? Yeah, so maybe I do have that installed on my work laptop, just to disable that remap, you know, just to say, hey, don't let Windows do anything with this. Okay, so that's at 6021. 6021. $40, $50, $60, $21. Actually, 61B, or no, yeah, 61B. We'll start there. 61B. So that's this guy, right? Yep. Add breakpoint. On the read. Okay. This does not need to be that size anymore. Video size 2x. We'll put that over here. 1v60. You jumped over that. Oh. Because that was a conditional jump. That's why. There's a jump absolute. 8-4. Oh, that's gonna jump down. No, that's gonna jump up to here because that's a loop. Push a word. Full 4 F9. DR pointer stack. I'm not sure what. DR pointer stack. E3. Get by that R guy. What location? Yep. Using pointer R guy, swap bank. Load byte into R guy. Using pointer, restore original bank. Fucking what? High work RAM swap. Swap? With what though? Huh? Oh yeah. Where's our not the stack pointer, I want the code pointer. C0 or 0C, I'm sorry. So we're there. Hang on. I don't know if that mnemonic's correct. That not equal. Like what? Huh? Yeah. C6 not equal. What's the result of this? Go to location. Compare. Subtracts argument A and B. Returns 1. Okay, so it puts that onto the stack. All right, so this guy takes whatever's there, puts it on the stack, compares it to 0, It's the same thing here. Or AB. Okay, so that's C4. Go location. So this is just a big else if, kind of. It's okay. So it's checking this for equal, for not equal, F9 and FA, which are next to each other. So it's checking a word in memory, ORing those together, and if that word is 0, it's going over here. Or it's going back to the top of the loop. Interesting. Interesting. Oh. Oh, that was that swap. Yeah, I want that one. I want just that. I didn't need the location. 9E. That's over there. Okay, that's fine. 14. C4. 15. C0. Jump to 0. Jump. There's the absolute. Hello. Pinroll. I said, right, hello, welcome. Welcome. And there he died. Hello. Hello. So I'm working on some reverse engineering of this guy. It's a tape machine for the Famicom. Educational kind of thing. It's got recorded audio on one channel, data on another channel. Some of that data is graphics data, and some other data there is a script. Is a scripting data. That script is interpreted in the firmware of that device in 6502, and that's what orchestrates the programs, right? That's what the programs are written in on the tape. We've got some of that stuff figured out, but I am working on reverse engineering the rest of it. So I've got a bunch of the engine figured out, but there's still a few things that we don't quite know yet. Thank you for that, Paul. Appreciate it. So we're trying to figure that stuff out. So right now, specifically, so this is the script right here that we're working through. It's a stack-based language. And this one specifically, this script specifically, is the first script that's on this particular tape. So it's a lot of setup stuff, right? And basically, I'm going to the unknowns that I haven't figured out what the hell they are yet, and we're gonna see if we can figure out what they are. That and updating some notes for certain things and whatnot. Yeah. So this one right here, this guy is what we're waiting to actually get to. So this is the decompiled script. I want to call it really decompiled. That's the script as it's been interpreted and dumped or whatever. And then this right here is a live memory view of the emulator. I've also got the background data right here, and the loaded tile data right here. And we're stepping through basically, just seeing what things do. right, so 84. So we're executing that byte right there. That byte right there. Oh, so that didn't. Okay, so that one. Jump absolute. Okay, so we hit that because we didn't satisfy that. So it's gonna go to the top of that loop again. Push word to stack. Get byte arg A not equal. Push word to stack. Get byte at arg A. I need to like change the mnemonics for these things, I think. Not equal, logical, or jump if 0. No. This one. Arg A, is that how I have them? No. Argument? How did I label these? Argument, the full goddamn word. Why did I do that? What do you mean? It's because underscore. God damn it. Okay. I think I put a bunch of these in here. Argument B. And let's also do argument C. Argument C like that. Okay. Jump of 0, so it's not 0. Push to stack. Get arg A, 1, not equal. Yep, push to stack. Not equal. Logical or, yep. So that loop's just going to happen for a while, I think. So I'm looking at this right here, which is the actual. So this breakpoint rather is in the part of the engine that executes the opcodes, and this right here is the jump to the handler for that opcode. Right, it's found in a lookup table, and it's loaded into a pointer essentially, and all that. And the emulator here just dereferences that and gives me the label that's there. Right, and I've labeled a bunch of these. This is referencing it in the future. Yeah, kind of. Today we're working on JavaScript. All right, React.js and Next.js. Want to build some stuff with the best practices. Well, honestly, what you're doing sounds more interesting. Yeah, I'm not a fan of JavaScript. I don't like using it. I don't like web dev either. That's related, but besides the point. A lot of the stuff I do here is low-level stuff. And what I was working on Friday was a different ROM. So I was working on this. Working on Tetris. Getting this a little bit more polished. This was Friday. Also on the NES, written in assembly by hand. Well, so it was more brain engaging, yeah. Even though JS TypeScript, they're moving more and more away from how the language itself is working. Way too many abstractions, not enough runtime checks or assertions. Abstract until nothing means anything anymore. But yeah, so I do a lot of work in, well, not in my day job anyway, but I do work outside of my day job that is very focused on assembly, 6502 assemblies especially. Even if it's not like assembly itself, it's something related to it, like a disassembler or tools to work with Nest stuff or what have you. That said, though, the language I use at work at times feels a lot like assembly. Yeah, I work with a language called PLB at work. It's kind of like COBOL, but worse. No, I want to open the browser. It's kind of like this. I've cut off a lot of the context for this. Don't worry about that. Whoever wrote this, though, I need to strangle. Yeah, so at a quick glance, you can see that like indentations off. This if condition needs to be inverted so that you know, it doesn't go into the else here and jumps over a stop if everything's fine. And whoever wrote this needs to be shot, actually. Open file. Okay. Read a line. All right, sure. If over. Are we done? Do we get an end of file, right? If over. Go somewhere else. Close it. Okay, but not else. Otherwise, we're going to display some shit. Then outside of that if, we're going to do stop. Mind you, it will only ever hit stop if it falls into the else. So what this should do is take that stop, put it inside the if statement. Invert that if statement. Get rid of the goto. I hate it. I hate it. Oh, you're breathing easy, believe me. Yeah, I don't do C. I can do some damage in C, but I can't do anything useful in C, you know? No. Sure, there's undefined behavior, but it's still easier to let it do exactly what you want and shoot yourself in the foot if you want to. Well, a lot of foot guns, right? But yeah, this is the kind of crap I have to work with at work. Anyone say Markdown parser? I need to get back to that. I need a... So my excuse right now is I can't turn those machines on because they're on the same circuit as my air conditioner right now. My air conditioner is working overtime. So that's my current excuse for not working on any of that stuff. So maybe when it gets colder again, maybe fall or winter, I can power those on and we can fuck around with those more on stream. Dennis! How you doing? Welcome! Excuses US power, pretty much, yeah. Hey, how you doing? Welcome. Looks like here seems rough to build useful things in, especially if others are using go-tos as foot guns. Oh, so go-to is one of the less offensive commands in this language. Waiting for cold weather? I'm running Fujitsu Spark 64 in the heat of summer. So for me, it's not about like the system spewing out hot air. It's more that it's on the same circuit as my air conditioner. I don't want one of them to break the other. That's, yeah. Goto is fine. How modern devs are unable to use it, isn't? Yeah, well. Key-in, totally sane command. What does that even mean? It's waiting for keyboard input. That's all it is. Aha! Circuit breakers. Yeah, circuit breakers. Yeah. Good to not offensive? What are you even doing? So there is a... Okay, so you can have it conditional, right? So this can even be simplified in like go to no build needed if over, right? One line, conditional, and it gets rid of the indentation bullshit, right? Gets rid of the else crap, right? And then there's one, I forget exactly what the verb is, the command is, but it's, I think it might be select or perform, one of those two, where you give it a list of labels and an index. And using that index, it'll jump to one of the labels. Yeah, there's a go-to version of it, and there's a call version of that as well. Like an indexed call. It's fucking bizarre. Now. Perl? I've used a little bit of Perl at work. Not too much. Yeah. Go-to is an unconditional jump. While 1 and 4 are also unconditional jumps in a different syntax. okay, so this particular syntax is unconditional, but I can put a condition on it to make it a conditional jump. Now, fun fact of the day, even JavaScript still supports labels in Go. Labels have been quite useful to do partial break of a nested loop. Reasons don't ask. I've used them in Go. I used a Go doing Go a while back, and immediately felt disgusting. I ended up refactoring it so it didn't need the go-to anymore, but you can in Go if you really want to. It does have some safeguards around it, though. I gotta sneeze. Damn. All right, I'm good. An index call is sort of like an interrupt handler that jumps to a given address in a list. Yeah, there's one place I see it used at work, right? So at work we produce checks, right? So our customers are banks. They give us data. We make checks out of the data. In this one particular program, the data is more or less uniform, kind of, sort of. But each of the bank's customers set up some stuff a little bit differently, right? So we have this like routine that reads a bunch of the information and then figures out which customer it is. And then based on that, it jumps to a different routine to like actually produce the check and the supplementary pages, right? And it makes sense there. It makes sense there. B minus, yeah. So here's a pickle for the peanut gallery. If some kind of sole open source their site under MIT, is it ethical or just plain American to clone the front end, stop on a new back end and start charging for it? Charging? It's good for a friend who believes in capitalism but also sleeps at night. Well, so that's the thing with MIT is the MIT license allows you to do whatever the hell you want with it, essentially. Yeah. The main issue with some go-to implementations is that you are allowed to just go to something in a different scope. Yeah. For Go, I don't think you're allowed to exit a scope. To a certain degree, right? Like you can exit like a loop scope, right? Like a for loop or whatever. But you can't jump into another function, right? Yeah. So it has to like make sense, I guess. Jump into higher scopes. Yeah, that would make sense. Yeah. Higher scopes, not a different branch, basically a different branch scope. Like from one for loop into another for loop. I don't think it'll let you do that. PLB doesn't give a shit, by the way. It does not care. If they release it with a license, they literally are defining how you can use it or copyright works. Which for MIT is basically do whatever the fuck you want. Yeah, exactly. If it is unethical, do something someone explicitly gave you permission to do, it'd be a pretty unethical system. Yeah. But yeah, the MIT license allows you to, so long as you're not trampling on trademarks. Trademarks are a different thing, right? So like, if you're trying to use a company's logo, that's not usually kosher, right? But as far as like the code in the front end, if it's under MIT, it's under MIT. You can just use it. The what the fuck public license? Yeah, which stands for do what the fuck you want to public license. Yeah. I like that one too. That's a good one. You move along and do things away from computers. Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. You enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Oh. The D-pad. Don't be a dick. Smith Clay, hey, doing? Welcome. BSC Zero Cause is essentially the same as well. Yeah, I've used. I think I've used like the BSD3 clause for some stuff. I don't remember what, but most of my stuff is on my GitHub anyways is MIT because I just don't care. a lot of it's like NES related crap, right? Yeah. Not all of it. I mean, there is the Steam screenshot server thing. That's also on MIT. But I mean, I made that just for myself, and if anyone else wants to use it, cool, you know. Has some restrictions, but they're mostly concern misrepresentation. Right. Yeah. Should stop. This is just gonna be in this loop for a while, I think, right? Alright, so we're gonna turn off that one for now. We're still waiting. Oh my god. Right? Yep. Where's my watch window? Debug. That's annoying. Watch window. Ah. So that was loading data, wasn't it? Possibly. I don't know. I'm not sure if that was there before. Alright, but we're still... Turn that back on. Where are we? Handler 81 infinite loop. What? Where the shit am I? Where? 609. Oh. What? F9. How the fuck did I get here? I didn't. I'm still in that fucking... Oh my god. Parsing actual tape format is already handled, I assume. No weird custom markers like D5A96. So it does have like custom markers and stuff, but this is currently going through the decoded stuff. Decoding the tape data is done out of band. That's done beforehand in a separate process. So the ROM itself has just the raw audio and the already decoded data, right? So an emulator running this stuff doesn't have to worry about decoding audio, right? It just has to, you know, when the ROM asks for the next byte, just give it the next byte, kind of thing, you know. That said, I go over to here. Plus, I don't think I have. What the fuck did I do with them? Not these. Oh, because I don't have these as physical tapes. That's why I don't have the projects for them. Oh, what am I doing? I can just here. That's the fucking audio for this one here. No, that's not. Ah, shit. That's not the raw audio for it. I can't show you the raw audio for this tape here, but I can show you the raw audio for a different tape. I can open this up with this one. This is what the raw tape audio looks like. All right, so at the top, we've got recorded audio, people talking and all kind of stuff. On the bottom, we've got the data. I got on the spectrogram. you can see kind of what the data looks like, right? So these lines here, that's just a pause essentially, right? Delay stuff while audio plays, right? While the scene plays out or whatever. And this right here is some actual data. Whoops. This right here is some actual data, some actual packets and stuff, right? There's the intro, a little blurb of audio to say what the tape is, so you can rewind the tape, put it into a tape player, and hit play, right? And it'll tell you what tape it is, even if it's unlabeled, which is nice. It's a nice little touch. And then after a bit, because this here will make your ears bleed. Yeah, so we're the script data that we're going through right now, I think is like that bit right there. That data. I'm not sure what that is. Segment stuff or something like that. I don't know. Yeah, and then there's this tone, which is the delay tone. I think it's AA for the delay tone. I don't remember. The many fans of OSS don't realize that permissive licenses like Apache 2, MTBSD, etc. make up the majority. False less than a third from what I call. Yeah. Yeah, I use MIT with a lot of my code because I don't care. I'm not making money from it. I have a day job, so whatever, you know. As long as they don't take my name, I'm fine. You know, I'm not really looking to make money off of the code I do on my free time. Yeah, but then again, names aren't typically handled by, you know, software licenses. That's usually a trademark kind of thing, right? That said, I don't have a trademark registered. Maybe I should, but I don't know. By default, use MIT as well. Yeah, it would be cool to get some income and do it full time. I'm not holding hope for it. Yeah, and a lot of the stuff that I work on is, or that I write rather, is very specific to something that I want. You know, it's not written like with the expectation of making money, right? I don't write I don't. The reason for that project existing isn't to make money. The reason for that project existing is because I got pissed off at something, and I wanted to fix it, right? I want to see most of the stuff I publish online. I don't care if anyone uses it for anything nefarious. Yeah. Yeah, nice. It's fine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and then like if I were to charge for shit, then there's an expectation of, oh, well, you support it now, right? No, I don't want to support my own code. Fuck off. Doesn't work for you? Cool. Fix it. I don't know. Try and figure it out. Good luck. I don't want the expectation of someone giving me a bug report and expecting me to fix it within a time frame. Fuck off. I already did that for work. With a no AI clause. Wasn't there one? I thought there was one. Not that, you know, that would matter. Because the AI models don't actually read that shit. They don't care. Yeah, they'll steal it anyway. In fact, isn't there a copyright case going on right now over training data? A bunch of authors got together and in like a class action is suing the bejesus out of some company. And the company's defense is, no, wait, we'll go out of business if this goes through. You can't let this happen. This will go out of business. We can't survive if you do this. And the other end of it is like, yeah, that's the point. We don't want you to survive because this business practice is dog shit. It's terrible. And this business model is disgusting. So, eat sand. Fuck off. No, we're gonna sue you into non-existence. Numerous cases? Yeah. I hope so. Yeah, we need more of them. More of them. AI can't work if you don't let us do this. Well, then you don't deserve to have it work. Exactly. The thing is, to restrict is contrary to the idea of these licenses. Well, yeah. No. Big Mouse is suing Midjourney. I heard that one actually. Yeah, yeah. The one time I agree with Disney, which feels disgusting. Number one, where I am on Disney's side in a lawsuit. That feels morally wrong to be on Disney's side in a lawsuit. That doesn't feel right. It feels like I should be against Disney, but I'm not. It's like being on the same side as Nintendo in a lawsuit, right? That one hasn't happened yet, but you know, I don't think it has anyway. They're not suing any AI company, are they? Of course you can do that, but it's your copyright, but logically kind of conflicts. Yeah. That's when you know someone really screwed up. Yeah. When both Disney and Nintendo are coming after you. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. You don't need a new license. Licenses are effectively public open contracts. Not only because copyright is civil rather than statute as normal contracts, but similar. You can just make up any language you wish. Heartbreaking. The worst person you know just made a great point. God, yeah, it's... Yeah. Yep. I want to reference something else, but it's related to politics, and I do not want to bring that shit up. But it's one of those of like, oh, that's a terrible person. I don't like that person. Wait, what they're pushing right here, that's actually not a bad idea. I feel icky now. Epic Ninja Elephant, how you doing? Anytime bad people make good points, look around. There are plenty of good people making the same point. Well, yes. This particular person is in a place of power, however. But I don't want to get into that. Besides the point, I don't want to get into that. But yeah, we got to that point because, you know, Disney is suing an AI company, and I'm agreeing with Disney, which feels wrong. It feels wrong to be on Disney's side in a lawsuit. The knee-jerk reaction is to not, you know, not agree with anything that Disney is suing over, but this one I kind of agree with. I'll be honest. It's just gonna be stuck in this loop for a while, isn't it? What is it even? What is? Okay, so what bytes is this thing actually looking at? In that script, 44F9 and 44FA. If they're both 0? So that's okay. 44F9, the word of 44F9. What? Oh, because I didn't do that right. $. Okay. Also, I feel you now again when you do 65 to assembly. Thank you. You're welcome. Do I have that, like, set up somewhere? Word for 544. No. Okay. Add. Word 44F9. 2 bytes. Okay. Find occurrences. Fucking everywhere. Okay. Let's start looking at where some of these things are. Load tile data. Okay. What is this? More load tile data. Okay. Put some pointers. This is just like a working pointer then, isn't it? Still in the tile data stuff. Tile data, yeah. Some name table stuff. This is like if it's done writing that. I don't really see it loading anything though. So I've got that stuff off screen. View buffer data, view memory. How big is this? 32 bytes. Okay. Attribute table stuff. Okay. Yeah. Attribute data. All right, so it's waiting for the screen to be updated, essentially, right? Three. This label's a little weird. There's that again, and then loading character ROM data. All right, still there. One tile. Yeah. This is like pointer stuff for graphics. Screen lookup. Yeah. Okay. View stuff. Yeah, okay. So I guess that's safe to say that that's a wait loop for loading up a bunch of data, which makes sense because we're this is the first script of the tape. Yeah. So load up the script, and the script just waits until it finishes writing all the data, loading the data, and then it continues after that, right? That makes sense. Yeah, some sprite bullshit going on here. Yep. A lot of sprite stuff going on here. Yeah. Clear loop, sort of. Yes, that's okay. Temporary something other. Right. Yep. Yeah, this looks like a fairly common pointer, but it's probably waiting for a bunch of stuff to finish writing. So we're gonna over here. Why are we over there? Why did that breakpoint happen? Oh, because we are reading past it now. Okay. Maybe that was like loading up the data and the buffers or whatever. So that breakpoint happened because We are now reading this guy. So that is this. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and turn this guy back on. Right, because now we are at wait for tape, which is D5. A3. Yeah, so load it up. Oh, push that to the stack. Now A3. Push this to the stack. Same, yep. What the fuck is A3? Hang on. Do I have that? Sprite setup. Really? Load 0, put it in there. Load X. Match equal. Clearing sprites? Huh. So wait until word. Yeah. Wait until word at 44F9 is 0. That's the way I interpret that as well. Yes. From a lawsuit against Anthropic AI. If they lose the case, legal experts warn that statutory damages could be severe, with estimates ranging from $1 billion to over $100 billion. Woo! It's a chunk of change for an industry that doesn't make any fucking money yet. I saw a video a while back that actually broke down a bunch of that, right? And yeah, that industry is incredibly unstable, and it's starting to crumble. I can't wait until it completely implodes. I cannot wait. Yeah, especially stateside, or not even just stateside. It's being held up by like just Nvidia, and there's no. I read an article about it actually. It wasn't a video. I read an article about it where it was. I don't understand how this still can get so much money just to burn it right. The article was basically just following the money of all the AI bullshit. You know, who's paying who? Where's their income coming from? All that kind of shit, and it boils down to like, the big fucking what 4 or 5, however many. Microsoft, Facebook, Google. Tesla's mentioned, but they're laughed at. I thought there was another one. I don't think Apple. Just throwing money at Nvidia for this shit. Twitter? Yeah, Twitter. All right. I don't know if that was included with the Tesla one or not, but yeah. But it's all like a fucking house of cards, essentially, right? That is hopefully going to collapse very soon. Mathematical unknown company, yeah. But yeah, it was really fascinating because all these companies, every single one, even the most profitable, is hemorrhaging money. Fucking hemorrhaging, right? And it's to the point where so they've got like these AI companies have had rounds of investment, right? Well, the thing with investors is eventually they want their money back with interest, right? So you need to start turning a profit eventually, and these AI companies are seeing that, like, oh, we need to start turning a profit, so they're charging like their own AI company customers or whatever more, which is, you know, jacking prices up down the line. But even so, the amount of money they're bringing in is nowhere near enough to just sustain their running costs. Forget about making money. Like, they can't even like cover bills with that with what they're losing a significant amount of money. Right? Like, for every dollar spent, they're losing 2 or something like that, right? I forget the exact ratio for shit, but it differed between companies a little bit, but none of them were making any money. Okay, this field, so I see it very up close and personal. Many possible use cases are not economically feasible. Yeah, there certainly are use cases that are, but many of the average person sees as not. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm coming to understand is the stuff that they're trying to make marketable, profitable, just isn't something that could ever be profitable. You know? The coding system folks, yes, they currently can't be profitable, and the big players are nipping at their heels. Yeah. Yeah. And then they're pissing everybody off with like, hey, you stole my copyrighted work. Fuck you. You owe me this much money. Which they're finding out the hard way, you know? Yeah, so I can't wait for that stuff to come crumbling fucking down. All right. No, this one. Coding AI is just going to lead to less juniors that know what they're doing, probably leading to a deficit in programmers in the future. Yeah, I can absolutely see that happening. And that's one of the reasons why I refuse to use AI to write software. And I don't want the new guy at work using it either. Because he ain't going to fucking learn like, with that, you know? He's just not. I think he understands that, which is nice. But for me, like, if I start using some coding AI bullshit, ignoring the fact that it won't work for what I do, because it doesn't know what the fuck PLB is. The internet doesn't know what... Google doesn't know what PLB is. So even if it did, right, I'd get incredibly rusty, incredibly fast, right? My brain would atrophy, basically, you know? And I would lose a lot of the skills I have, I think. I don't want that. You know? That works counterintuitive to my professional goals, you know? For those interested in languages, my team just released this. QED QLang? For the Q programming language. Huh. Interesting. I would see that my junior devs don't like using AI coding assistants. That's got to be satisfying. That's got to be very satisfying. Yeah. I want AI to handle all the boring stuff I don't enjoy, like chopping. My point exactly. Yes, exactly. I don't want to be doing my dishes. I want AI to do my dishes for me. Fuck you. I want it to do my laundry. Right? I don't want AI to do the things I enjoy doing. I want it to do things that I don't enjoy doing. How about that? Which is ironic considering an AI tech team. But yeah, so like that's one thing like my boss doesn't understand, right? Is like I even told him like when he wanted to bring in, he what was it? Fucking a year or two ago, right? He asked everyone's opinion on that, and I told him no, absolutely not. And he goes, "Oh, but it could help you." And da 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 da. I'm like, no, I enjoy coding. Thank you very much. Don't try to take that away from me. Fuck you. I'm not a fan of these meetings though, so you can come to the meeting for all I care. I don't know. CEO, AI is going to write all code in a year. Also the company. We are now hiring more programmers. Yeah. So for coding, AI is going for the boring stuff and likely going to be the best use. Systems like Modern and some sprinkling of AI agents will hopefully make updating and maintenance easier. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I still have trust issues with maintenance stuff. I don't know. Then again, I don't trust my own fucking IT department to be able to do anything anyway, so I mean, if they're better than him, which is a low bar to be honest, called DevTool. Yeah. I think I need to update the stupid Java JSON library from version X to Y. Well, okay, if I don't know. So even there, right? If they're non-breaking changes, that's a straightforward update, typically, right? If they are breaking changes, I need to make sure it doesn't break anything I use. And if it is something, if it is breaking something I use, I need to make sure I understand the implications of that change across my code base. And I need to understand that so I don't shoot myself in the foot later on, right? I don't know. Yeah, an enterprise is not exactly that simple. Yeah. For documentation, AI is best like a Devin. Devin? You mean that one AI that fucking who was it? Prime? The Prime was trying to get to commit one thing to a repo, a Git repo, and it couldn't. And then someone saw his URL and was able to push code unauthenticated, apparently. First time I've ever seen someone stream sniped while writing code. Like, what? Imagine getting stream sniped. Updating Git. Like, what the fuck? I think thousands of code bases. Still, that kind of stuff, like, isn't something that I really trust to find your place, essentially, you know? And even for documentation, I also don't really agree with that one there either, because it could be completely fucking wrong. You expect documentation to be correct if it's written, right? If I find something in documentation that is not correct, right, I can prove that what the documentation is saying is incorrect. I immediately don't trust the rest of the documentation. How much more of it is wrong? I don't know. So now I'm digging through source code. Modern isn't AI by default. It's complex templating. Complex stores, etc. But AI agents can be used in specific situations to help where heuristics are harder to develop. Docs can be dangerous. Yeah, the LLM generates bad docs. Then the docs are used to try to do implementation. Yeah. For the AI generated code, your time programming and problem solving will just be replaced by babysitting and proofreading. Yeah. So, yeah, on the subject of documentation, so my boss, who is drinking the AI Kool-Aid, right? He was telling me that, you know, a piece of software that we use has an API to do a thing. And I'm like, I don't believe you, but I'll look at the documentation anyway. So look at the documentation provided by this company, right? It's a paid piece of software. The documentation is only available after you install the software. It's like, it's a web service piece of shit, whatever. So you go to the management console and you hit fucking help, and it brings up the documentation on a web browser, right? And it's local to that fucking machine, right? It's the only place the documentation is. I'm reading through it, and I don't see anything that he's talking about with an API. Like, no, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, this doesn't exist. What the fuck are you talking about? So I ask him, hey, I'm not finding anything in the documentation referencing API of any sort. Can you point me to documentation that you found this at? Who's telling you that this exists? I get an email back that is copy pasted directly out of ChatGPT. I can tell because it still has the text from the copy buttons. I was so bad. It was 100% hallucinated. 100%. But I went, fuck it, I'm gonna go to the extra mile. I went to every single endpoint that documentation listed out. Took a screenshot of the 404 page. Pasted that in an email back to my boss. Do you have any actual documentation and not LLM slop? Because this is useless. This is all incorrect. Would it surprise you to learn that he never replied? If you're material that project, you have that domain knowledge, you can just approve or not. So that's correct something if it is wrong. Still. I still don't trust that. First year, my devs GitHub Copilot generated Python doc strings that were wrong. Then later that doc string was used for review by humans and the code was wrong versus the docs, so which is correct? If either. Even if LLMs worked, humans are reduced to code reviewers, something we are famously great at. Yeah, right? Can't guarantee anything with AI. It's by definition, probability-based. Yeah. No. We really do is create different kinds of models with different training sets and focuses. I suppose. No. I too would like a pony. Yeah. Yeah, the one argument that I was able to use with my boss that made him back the fuck off, right? So PLB is the language we use at work, right? Like I said before, nothing knows what the fuck it is, right? He wanted to use some AI to read PLB and convert it into fucking Python or Go or some shit, right? He even went so far as, oh yeah, let me just see some code. I want to have a look at some code. I'm like, okay, I know what you're gonna do with this. So I found some code that I wanted to see him try and put through an LLM, right? Try and put through ChatGPT, whatever, right? It was pretty obtuse code. Had a bunch of customer-specific shit in it, right? So I sent it over, you know, little snippets, and I made sure that they, you know, would compile, and they were syntactically correct, right? And then he sends me back, you know, what the ChatGPT fucking vomited out, and I'm like, wow, this did worse than I thought. And at one point, like, I brought it up with my boss. I'm like, no, this isn't right at all. He's like, what do you mean? Just run a meeting and I bring it up on screen. See these here? ChatGPT thinks these are pointers. They're not pointers. They're control characters, actually. Huh? Yeah, control characters. Also, it only bothered to do any of the boilerplate. And the second bit of code that I gave you for it, all of the code was customer specific. It's got a comment in its new code that's just, the comment is just, to do, write customer specific code here. And I'm like, that's exactly what it wanted you to do. Fuck you. And he's still, like, you know, arguing a little bit, like, oh, maybe this, maybe that. I'm like, okay, stop. This is PLB code. Let's just say, for shits and giggles, there's an AI out there that can perfectly take PLB code and convert it into Python, Go, C#, whatever the fuck, right? I don't care. This model doesn't exist, but just for shits and giggles, we're going to pretend that it does. I'm not going to have Python, C# or Go code after that. I'm going to have PLB that looks like Go, that looks like C#, and it looks like Python. And I was like, well, what do you mean there? If you want a variable size array in PLB, you write to a fucking file, an indexed file. Then you close that file, and then you read that file back in, and that's your variable length array. If I see anyone doing that in a modern language for the stuff that we're doing here, I'm beating their face in. I will not have that. And he's like, oh, well, I didn't say it like that. I gave him the example of the array and writing out the disk, because PLB writes disk for fucking everything. And he understands, thankfully, that, hey, writing to disk is fucking slow. and bad. That finally made him step back and realize, oh, maybe I don't want to push this anymore. I mean, I'm in the field and a massive skeptic, but I don't think skeptics do arguments justice by minimizing the reality of the situation. The idea behind AI is trying to make something that can act like a human brain, but we have no clue how the human brain even works. No. As it's 86 billion neurons with trillions of connections. Yeah, exactly. I can't exactly share the specifics of my work, but for many use cases, they have their use cases. Yeah. Summarization is pretty decent with proper fine-tuning, for instance. New projects in the public which are working, DevGen.ai from Morgan Stanley? Aren't they? Isn't Morgan Stanley like a investment bank? These to take code and generate English descriptions. Then from that English you can generate code or use to compare other English-sized functions. To find a functional duplication. Huh. Yes, and we have a lot of machine learning. Work in the MS Machine Learning Research Group. Oh, I see. I see. Interesting. But yeah, so, yeah, new boss from the company that bought us anyway, shares my views on AI with code, and I'm very happy with that. He thinks we can still do, you know, support chatbots with it. I'm like, no, but sure, as long as I don't have to deal with it, fine. Yeah, the finest giant. Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, yeah, we got the money to do it, I guess, right? Help to modernize his legacy code. It's reading COBOL. Oh, God. Oh, God. Helping rewrite old code, outdated code with modern code languages. From languages like COBOL to plain English specs that develop COBOL into plain English. Ironically, that's the idea behind COBOL, is that it's plain English code. That was like the selling point of originally of COBOL, was, oh, you can just write plain English and the computer knows what you're doing. Oh, that's funny. Is the article making it sound more successful than it is? Yes. Is it actually working? Seems to be so far. Yeah, we'll see. Saying developers, 280,000 hours. Let me guess. What 280,000 hours of proofreading. Yeah. I don't know. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I appreciate that. Because you say you're not going to see fewer heads in software engineering, just more code. At least they're not trying to like get rid of software engineers, right? So that's one thing that I've seen, I guess, a little bit is companies wanting to use AI tools to get rid of developers, and that I will always be against that. Oh my God. I have a bunch of mainframe languages in Perl. You're looking to move to modern platforms. Perl's fun. I like Perl. That said, you're not going to find me maintaining a large program that's written in Perl. That's not happening. I've got small scripts in Perl. That's it. Any firm talking about getting rid of people, especially devs, is selling you something. Usually AIBS. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Got a shit ton of Perl. Perl. The language you can write, and then 2 days later, you don't know what the fuck you wrote, and you can't read it anymore. I'm using my AI to reword English in English. To be fair, we were pretty technically advanced in the 90s and everyone used Perl. Perl's a powerful language. And it's a product of its time, right? It made a lot of sense back then for what we were doing back then and the workloads we had. But it makes less sense for a bunch of the stuff today. It still has its uses, I think, but you're not writing a website in Perl. I say, as I know of a website that I use frequently that is written in Perl. Perl is a messy, maddening programming language. The duct tape of the internet. At least you can tell it's made by humans. Because how much of a mess it was. It is. Yeah. A lot of text. It's decent for text, right? Huh. Interesting. This one's difficult. Ranks widely. Amazon, Google, Yahoo, Deutsche Bank, Akamai. How do you say that one? Citibank, Comcast, Morgan Stanley, Mozilla, a lot of Craigslist. Craigslist looks like it's programmed in Perl, honestly. That's actually why I learned Perl in the first place, was to figure out how regex worked and to fucking scrape websites. In fact, I think I still have some code lying around somewhere that is specifically for scraping webcomics, right? I think I've converted a bunch of it to Go, however, but the original code was certainly in Perl. I have, I think, like 3 programs that were scripts at work written in Perl, I think. But all 3 of them combined are less than 300 lines, I think. Right? So it's barely any code. Years ago, I saw at Microsoft, I used Erlang to build distributed systems to make Perl systems more scalable. Making Perl scalable, oh my god. Anyway, I need to get some more water and hit the bathroom. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. fact, MS.com is owned by Morgan Stanley. MS, not Morgan Stanley, not Microsoft. Got it. This game is pretty interesting. Have crashed, just restarted. Yeah. Okay, so does everyone else thinks Microsoft? Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Sprite shit. Is that really what this is? Load. Crash not equal. Okay, load that, store it. Load X, decrement. Load, branch equal. Load, branch not equal. Oh, I saw the RTS and I thought that was the end of it. Okay, understand. Oh, Jesus. Disabling sprites, some swaps. Clear sprites, write PPU data. Sprite RAM, okay. I don't want sprite RAM, I want CPU memory. Is that 200? Is there sprite data anywhere else? Okay, there's the mirrors. Probably not. Not there. I think somewhere in here there's some sprites, I think. Possibly. Of course, I suppose they won't be set up yet, so let's go all the way to the beginning. I guess it won't be set up yet technically because we haven't done that yet. There we are. Okay. Swap to bank. Swap to bank. To bank 0. Swap to RAM bank. So swap which one's RAM bank 0? Okay, so we're at 8, 9, 2, and 3. Load current bank. Oh, this is an address. Okay, 4.1. What? So then previous bank stuff, load 0. High work RAM. What is that, 7,000 done? Oh, the current bank, mask off that. Store that there. Load 6. Oh, because this is... Alright, yeah. Sure, whatever. Or that. Oh, and that. Or that. Okay, 8, 9, 2, and 3. 8, 9, 0, and 1. Okay. So, high RAM... and then the IRQ happened. Cool. Where am I? Where am I in the frame? We're not even. Whatever. It's fine. It's not a scanline counter anyway. Flag 2. Wow. That's tape stuff. Okay. We're all getting the tape. Yeah. Didn't I have that tape shit in there? Hang on. No, there's more tables than that. Okay, so not that one, obviously. 9K. No. I'll give you like 300K, yeah. This one. CPU, no. Okay, I guess not. I guess I didn't actually have the, That was for the MMC5 shit that I did, not for this. Okay. Okay, alright. So that means we're just gonna... Over to here. Yeah. Still reworking our spec. Already at 10,000 lines of code of Markdown. Nice. Nico, how you doing? What's this? This is the StudyBox. This thing. It's the tape drive for the Famicom. Got educational programs on the tapes. I am working through reverse engineering some of the scripting language that's on there. I have done a lot of work to that end so far. I'm just continuing onwards. Although I haven't touched it in a while, so yeah. Lines of code of Markdown. Yeah, lines of Markdown. Yeah, well, it's on you, not me. Okay, so 4,200. Actually, how do I? Let's go over to labels. Give you address. Edit. Copy. Yes. Okay. So this is for 4,200. So these guys are going to be dots. And then C. A. And then 3, these guys, B. Yeah. Just one over. Okay, this. Select RAM bank mapped to 5,000. Not 7, 5,000. Unused. Select RAM bank mapped to 6,000. Over here. That was 4,200, right? This one XVX 4,200. Edit. Now, here. Good. Next I want 4201, so this one would be decoder, maybe? That one's clock, probably. Something else. Unknown. Oh, that's all just the high bits, nothing on the low bits. Unused. Hey, Luke. Done all right? How you doing? Just trying to figure out the name. Yeah. Hey, Google sometimes picks random pages and translates them and then offer them to me as a result because of where I live. Oh boy. Oh no. Okay, so this one is unknown. Unknown. This one is maybe that. Okay. The next one. And then this one. 4202.0. Oh yeah, no file name yet. Do a copy. Over here. And this is for 4201. Edit. Control X doesn't work? Go to hell. Oh my god. No. Oh no. Oh, of course. Oh god. God damn it. I want this one. And then this. Right to temp.text. I'm gonna go over to. Fuck, where was it? Control A, copy. Then come over here. Then have a look at this one. Edit. Gives us right for Rambank. Yeah, now it's just there we go. That's better. Right for Rambank, that's nope. Yeah. 16. Select 16K. ROM bank at 8,000. Hex 8,000 to hex BFF. Like that. Over here. Reload. Control A. Copy. Over here. Enter, paste. Oh, it's not unknown. Unused. Okay. This guy here, we're gonna edit that. This also has this bullshit on it. Look at that. Look at that crap. Oh my god, that's disgusting. We're gonna copy that, paste. Jesus, look at that shit. Look at that shit. That's horrible. Fucking horrible, I say. Okay, now copy that. Paste. That's better. Okay. Jesus. Okay, 4202. I have that over here. Ready for status, ready for control. Okay. For status. And B, power supply not connected. Unused on those guys. There. 6 a little better. It's currently the second biggest category in Twitch, just as we're just chat. Really? Wow. Damn. Used. Whoop. That's for those ones. And this guy is gonna be. This one unused. Revert? Sure. That's 4202. Edit. Wait for status. Okay. And then... Oh, yeah. I'll fix that in a second. And then tape drive control. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Next, IRQ enable. Next. Maybe tape on audio enable. Maybe. Oh no, that's this guy here. Unknown. Next. Pulse low to clock data bit. Next. Pulse low to reset drive controller. I see if I spelled that wrong. Unknown and data output data bit. Output data bit what to the tape? What the hell? Use assign IRQ. Well, yeah, the NES can only has one IRQ. Well, the 6502 only has one IRQ, right? So yes. And as for registered, turning that stuff on and off is different for every single mapper, because it's external to the 6502. So this question marks in these. What's that? What was this, 4202? Yeah. Edit. There we go. So yeah, now I've got... There we go. Fantastic. Let me also edit this name so it uses the same. Come on. Tape control. Like that. The same. What's it? Format as the others. Only just now pay attention to your chirping and flickering ghost shirt. Yeah, well, yeah, it's getting a little worse now. Because the sun's changing a little bit. It's a green shirt, but not the same shade of green as my green screen. Hey, don't get by. Welcome. You haven't missed much atrocities. Well, I mean, other than I say that and then immediately go, well, actually, I found a copy-pasted routine. Where's that IRQ? Where the fuck? Let me use this. Go to IRQ. Where the fuck was that? No, it was NMI shit, actually. Wasn't it? In here. These. Write PPU data horizontal and vertical. Now, the only difference between writing data horizontally and vertically is a single bit to the PPU, right? A single bit in a register. Right there. Loads the control var, ands with F. Stores it. Sure. Loads the control var, ands with FB. Same exact fucking code. This one's less commented than this one here. And they're in completely different places in the ROM. This one is at EDCA, and the other one is at F3A4. Basically, the NOP. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Go share to see. Somewhat see what's behind it, so it's not all that bad. Yeah, it's not all that bad. You don't usually get to see these numbers down here, right? Name table stuff. No. But yeah, I just went through and started adding some of this stuff to yeah, as labels and whatnot. Ugh. Tape. This one is data and RAM. Data and RAM. There it is. ROM tape, data and RAM. Yeah, it's fine. Probably an engine function that got translated down. Yeah, probably. Does the StudyBox use the leftover unused parts of the tapes for save files? No! No, it has no capability to write to tapes. None whatsoever. And it also does not save data at all. As far as I can tell. Unless it does some shenanigans with the data recorder, which I haven't seen any ROM attempt to do or even suggest, really. So no. Although there is some shenanigans going out to the data recorder. I don't know what exactly, but you know, it's something. Yeah. Oh. Reach of macros? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We're pretty confident that there was some heavy use of macros while writing the code for this. Pretty confident with that, actually. Wow. Where actually, we skipped a bunch. Where are we now? Alright, we just got past 9E. Which is the... No. We just read 9E. Which is the one we don't know yet. Okay, A3 though. Mark that as sprite setup. Is it A3? Why would I much code when you can have the character on all frames? Yeah. You can see the macros and have flickering. Yeah. These macros have flickering. Yeah. Why don't you use something like a JTAG or something similar inside of YZ data controls and pinches? I mean, probably, but I mean, I have got an emulator, so I can see what it's doing anyway, or what, you know, the ROM expects and all that, you know. Not been RISC-V is commonly add x0 x00, which adds 0 to the register by convention 0. It is by convention 0 and writes it back to 0. I'll stop you while you're doing that. Alright, what in the fuck does this handler do? Loads an argument. Cool. Does it take 2 arguments? It's 9 something, right? 9E. Two arguments. Calls draw overlay seems to draw a whole screen. That would make sense in this context. Okay. It's argument B, actually. Let's look at argument B. Immediately. No. Almost only kept my head the RISC-V variant. Crazy, how you doing? Welcome. Using macros isn't necessarily a problem when the macros are written and used well, but when neither is the case, well, you can get this mess. Alright. Our argument. A equal. And it clobbers C and D. Cool. And possibly clears the name table, maybe? I don't know. Alright. Branch not equal. We're not equal. So we're branching. Load it. Decrement. So bad. Load that. Compare to 1. Branch not equal. FE. That was... Okay. Oh, zero. Store some places. What are they again? Store it there. Weird increment on 4E. Okay, what does this weird increment do? Well, that's 4C. Okay. Store it on 4E. Uh-huh. Compare X to 1. Branch equal. Increment. Store X. That's not a weird increment. That's a 2-byte increment. Kind of? Maybe? Oh. Well. Big Indian increment, maybe? Oh, no, that doesn't even make sense, because that was 0 before. What? Yeah, it's a weird increment, alright. It doesn't load and store the same place. Yeah, it's a weird increment, alright. Yeah, it's weird. I'm leaving it at that. Alright, load that back up. Decrement it. Load array. Op EB. What's EB? No idea. No idea. Pop some banks. Jesus. There's some pointer bullshit. Multiplication. RB to A, C to B. Sure. Triangle noise. What the fuck? Audio shit? Their tables. What the fuck? Draw some data. Yeah, so this is like a big like draw all the shit routine. It looks like, right? Where? Oh, this guy up. So you can see where it's drawing, right? I said rights, attributes. No change. Okay. JSR to handle EB. Okay. So let's set up some shit. And it's now jumping over to EB. That's everything with the bottom of argument D. But that was cleared out right here. Okay. Read and say tasks in the view, then draws over them. This is used to draw dialog boxes. Saving what overwrites. So I can redraw them later. Makes sense. Not sure what arguments actually mean. B and C are probably coordinates. Is this? Is that using that to redraw the entire fucking screen? What? I might actually grab this entire comment and drop it in there. All right, well let's see where this goes. Weird ink. Okay, so 4C again. Load 4C. Store that there. Compare X to 1. Branch equal. It's equal. Increment X. Put that there. Didn't change anything there. That's not really an increment either. Well, I don't know. Is it an overflow? I don't think so. Because if this is like 2, for instance, right? It'll fall into this, make that 3, and then 4. Right? And if it's 0, it'll fall into it, make it 1. And then 2. If it's 1, it keeps it as 1 and 2. If it is 1, it's writing to... it's not writing. And if it is 1, is skipping this if it's already 1. That's the only time it skips that. It skips the increment x. So everything else, like if this is 2, compare it to 1, it ain't 1. So it's not equal, so we're going to increment it by 1, making it 3. Store 3. Increment again. Makes it 4. Store 4. So that'd be 3 and 4 with the input of 2. Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I don't understand. It's weird as shit. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Is it related to the ROM bank shit? I don't know. Is byte 4C? Is that used here? I don't think so. No. This is just changing some banks. I wasn't even paying attention to what banks he changed. Oh, fucking this bank's gone. 6 and 7,000. It changed. Oh, now it's loading that into X, decrementing by 1. Okay. Load from that array. Branch equals not equal. We're just going to overwrite that exact thing. And then jump somewhere else. JSR somewhere else. Yeah, JSR somewhere else. Load that up again. Decrement by 1. Oh, Jesus, what is this? It's 4705 at X. I have no idea how large that is. I need a screenshot of the this. You want to take a screenshot here, or do you want to drop something on Discord? I'll drop it on Discord. Does ping actually work? Did that ping actually work? I don't think that ping worked. In the code channel. Probably should be NES code, but whatever. It's fine. It didn't, but thanks, Discord, for breaking shit with streamer mode enabled. That's neat. At C ... Yeah, okay. So where are we? Where the fuck am I? Here. Okay, go back. That's where I went from. Okay, all right. Let's go into that. Now this. All right. Yeah. This is shuffling a bunch of shit around. Load that. Branch not equal. It is equal, so we're not branching. Load 4. Put it in that word. And a byte. And a table. At X. 0. How big is this table? Single byte. Oh, okay. Let's do that for these two. Edit label. 5. Wait. Table. 4705. A byte for now. If 4C is 1, 4e plus 1 equals 4C. 4e plus 0 is 4C. 4e plus 1 equals 1. Else. Yeah. It's weird. 2 variables, but I'm not sure. It's certainly possible, yeah. I think word 4e is a rather common variable. Oh god, yeah, it's used absolutely everywhere. and sometimes as a pointer, which is why I have it as word. Yeah. Indexing, the index being 4C. Oh. I don't know. All right, load that. Store it in this other table here. Ooh, so that's checked up here. So this should only happen once then. If it's reentrant, right? Branch not equal. Down here. Oh, it does either this or that. Got it. So it's not, if it's not equal, if it isn't 0, it loads whatever it would have clobbered and stores it in 4.2 and 4. And these guys. Okay, so it's defaulting to 4. Okay, yeah. If it's 0, default to 4. Otherwise, load those. Okay. Hmm. 2 bytes, yeah. For a 4 byte, I'd use D word or double or something like that, I think, right? I don't know if I actually have any of those in this thing yet. Data. Divide. Yeah, I don't have that in here anywhere. Yeah, because the engine works with 2-byte words, right? For everything, for all variables. So it makes sense just to use that anyway. All right, and this skips over that. 4E1, okay. Decrement X. Put that in A. Shift it, which does nothing here. There's a table. So this table is at most 128 bytes at absolute most. Because of that left shift, we can't go any higher than 127. The word is KSC probably is, yeah, fair. I still don't know how big this table is though. It's at least 2 bytes though. Edit label. Table 44E6. That's nope. E66. At least 2 bytes, no larger than 127. Load that. Store it. Load it. Store it. 6057. I'm sorry, 5760. That's at a boundary. Okay. AA55 AA55. Is this attribute data? That could be attribute data. Possibly. Zero, store that there. Compare that to that. No, load X0, then load A4C, and then 4704. Branch not equal. Load X1. Audio engine shit. 4500. CPU. Hold up. Wait, 4500? That's not anything in here. 4500. Hold up. No. That is the start of that's not a register. That's not a register. That's a variable. Because 4500 is the start of that bank, isn't it? No, 4400 is the start of the bank. Okay, so we are inside the bank. That's the start of it. Table index in E1 as bank ID. Ooh. Oh, shit. Yeah, you're right. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. Huh. This is at least too long. But probably not more than 5? Than 4. Probably not more than 4. $505. No. Edit. Okay. Let me actually edit this up here. Word, what is it? 4E plus 0 is a table index. Word 4E plus 1 is a bank ID. Yes, that looks correct. Yeah, so for values of 0 and 1 for byte 4C, the output is 1 and 2. Index 1. Oh yeah, index 1, not offset. Index 1. Well, the first element, and bank 2. Byte 4C of 2. Element 3, the third element, fourth bank. Lower bound of e plus 1 is 2, while the lower bound of e plus 0 is 1. Yes. Yes. Actually, that's not even x plus 1. Okay. Increment. Well, that store it there. So it saves a pointer, 5760. And there's that bank swap. So we're at 8, we're at 8, 9, 0, and 1. 8A, 0, and 1. Okay. So what's that 5760 now? That's a 5760. Okay, load 0. Pointer shenanigans. Oh boy. Why is it skipping bank 3 entirely? I don't know. I feel like with a table segmented between a bunch of banks. This entire code base is weird, all right? Ramazan, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome. All right, pointer shenanigans. What the fuck are these pointer shenanigans? Immediately a branch not equal. What do we load? 0. Okay. Immediately branch not equal. We are equal though, so we're not branching. We're loading hex 50. And always branch. How dare. Would indicate that 4C can never be 0. Why is 0 and 1 result in the same thing? Guess it's as good as mine. Probably because it loads that value up and decrements it by 1 and it never wants to underflow that. Right? So that would make sense. So if by some, stroke of bad luck, that was 0 at that point, maybe the script is wrong or something like that, right? Because I think that comes from the script somewhere. And because it decrements that, it doesn't want to underflow it back into some God knows where address, right? Yeah. So I think byte 4C came from the script, which is 1, right? It's one of these guys here. All right, so yeah, always branch. If 0, 50, else 54. Yeah. Hello, how you doing? Sephora, I've never said this right. I think. I don't think I've ever said your name right. I apologize. Welcome. How you doing? Penguin. Hello. Welcome. That's the thing that doesn't prevent underflow at all. Well, underfold before, like, if you passed in FF or whatever, I mean, it'd still be broken, sure. But I mean, come on, you've seen the rest of this code. It's terrible code. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna worry about it. Ahoy. So for everyone coming in, welcome. How you doing? I am working on reverse engineering a weird Famicom device. It is a cassette deck thing for the Famicom. It's got programs on the cassettes with recorded audio. So on one track is the audio, and on the other track is a bunch of data. The data consists of tile data and where to put said tiles, as well as a script, a domain-specific language. It's a stack-based language. It is interpreted entirely in 6502 on the firmware of the device. What we're doing now is continuing the journey of reverse engineering the script. So the emulator's going right now. It's currently running through the very first script on this particular tape. And the decompiled version of that tape, or that script rather, is down here. Is this right here? So it's a bunch of setup stuff. Some setup stuff up here. This is a loop to wait for something to finish, or a certain state to happen. And then this right here is for, I believe, drawing screen setup type stuff. We are currently in the function for handling that 9E opcode. If it's FF, it overflows, first of all. Your theory with that logic prevents an underflow on the table, which it kind of does at 0, as 0 results in table index 1, but in turn entirely skips index 2, which can also result in fun things. Now, I don't know. So I think this line or this line ends up as 4C. I forget which. I wasn't really tracking which one. Are all 2-digit hex values opcodes? No. If the high bit is set, which means if the value of that byte is hexadecimal 80 or greater, that's an opcode. If it is 7F or lower, it's a value that is pushed to the stack, right? Which means that these guys here are values that are pushed to the stack. That's a value that's pushed to the stack. That's a value that's pushed to the stack. Same with all these guys. This one and this one and this one are all opcodes because the high bit is set, right? 9E is greater than 80. B8 is also greater. E7 is greater, right? So that's how it handles that. So there are, at most, 127 opcodes. A bunch of them are duplicates, though, I think. And some of them are just broken. What old bit 7 has opcode designation? Yeah. So when you need to push a value that is greater than 127 to the stack, that's when things get a little jank, right? Like right here, push word. That pushes the entire word of FF to the stack. These right here, push word 90, push word 8F. Those are specifically pushing things that have that high bit set, right? And it's pushing words because, again, all the variables in this engine are words. That bytes don't exist, really. Not in the script anyway. Data second opcode stack. Well, no. No, not really. No, we've only got one. Okay, so we've got the hardware stack, which the engine doesn't use directly. Or rather, the script can't use. Oh, yeah. So the stack for this script starts at 74C5. Now, if I go to the end, we'll notice that 74C4 is the last address in the script. It might be possible to break that. So, and all the stuff down here, by the way, like the break engine and all that kind of shit, these are all just variables. This is all just data that's already been set up, basically, in the script, right? So it's not executed, ever. But it is referenced in code. Right, so like this guy here, it's referenced in the code. Pop the value into there, you know? Ugh. Disgusting. Anyway, so yeah, we're going through the unknown 9E. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them in there. Wow, okay. All right. But yeah, like I said, I'm pretty sure this is for redrawing the screen. Pressure cleared out. Okay. Anyway. Store that there. Store that there. Pointer? Uh-oh. Okay, well, so that's the high byte for something. 50 or 54. Oh, boy. 50 or 54. So either starting up here or down here. It looks like it might be at a boundary or something. Possibly. We're digging through 2 stages of translation to bytecode, so there's absolutely nothing left. Yeah. Yeah. As if the opcode keywords are similar to monster. Oh yeah, there's absolutely nothing left. Yeah. There's a few translations, and yeah, they don't correspond to absolutely anything. It uses a lookup table, right? I forget exactly where the table is, but yeah. So given the actually, I could find out. Let me go here. Go to this location. Code pointer. Execute output. Nope. Table handlers right here. So that starts here. It goes for 127. 128, I guess. 128 bytes. Right there. So those are all of the it's a table of pointers to every single opcode handler. Right? And the memory is the memory in red where you have breakpoints at? No, so those are labels that I have defined, right? So if you see I hover over some stuff, right? This table bytecode metadata plus 97, right? So that's some metadata stuff for all the bytecodes. This one is also 127, 28. 128 bytes long. So that's the metadata for all of the bytecodes, the opcodes, right? So like if they take variables, how many variables they take, if they return anything, that kind of stuff. Godfather, hello, how you doing? Why am I melting? No. My shirt's kind of green. It's not the same shade of green as my green screen, but it's close, so OBS freaks out a little bit. The file, appreciate that. Basically, as far as I understand, we just have the 6502 bytecode with pre-constructed assembly through Messon's debugger. It is essentially an emulator for the StudyBox proprietary bytecode, which is unknown and the task is a cipher. Exactly. Yes. it's basically a VM on the thing, right? So it's interpreting the bytecode in the script and executing that, and it's all implemented in 6502 assembly, right? And that's what we're going through, right? So over here, see all these that are labeled handler or whatever. These are all the different handlers for all the different bytecodes, right? So like if I go to one, like jump if 0, right? If I go to this location, load A, load up argument A. You know, not if it's not equal, we're jumping over here to not 0. Up here, right? And then it just increments the code pointer, which is what's used to find the next thing in the script. It increments that past the word, the inline word, right? That's kind of that's something I kind of wanted in the memory viewer, having some marker between consecutive labels. The red going away for a line, so you can see where one ends and another starts. Yeah. That's Jeopardy even fitting and working on the NES is impressive and stuff. Oh yeah, especially with the amount of jank that this thing has. A lot of jank. A lot of jank. All right. Cool for an NES and add a hardware monitor by attaching. I'm not even sure how that kind of thing would work because NES doesn't interact with the hardware like that at all. In the same way, you know, because it is the hardware emulator. Astronauts yesterday. I think I need Uncle for the game so I can probably break my brain. God. All right. Pointer 54. Where the fuck is this going? 5,000. Okay. That's also load 4, store it there and there. Load Y as 0. Load A, store it in Word 56. Input Y 6. 46D. What is that? 46D. Nothing. Okay. Load that. Clear carry. Add itself. $71. What in the shit? No, we're adding. Okay, word 52 and 56. We're adding two separate words together. 52 was the point. Oh wait. Oh god. I am adding the pointer to the data at the pointer. I hate that. I hate that so much. Load A, store. I need to add, store. Load A, store. Load A, store. Two. Well, so result in pointer 9A. Well, no, hang on. 52 is static, is always static. So is, hang on. So is that pointer. Pointer 54 is always either 5,000, hex 5,000, or hex 5400, always. Right, depending on the B&E. You're right, right. Depending on the value of A at entry. Depending on 0 being set. Let me word that a little differently. Right? Is it part of the bank switching from 4E? I don't think so, because it loaded up something immediately. Yeah, it loads up A directly. So it's after the bank swap, yes, but it loads up as something static. Oh god, it's everywhere. Loads it static. Loads it static. 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 Dynamic. What is this in? Sprite setup. Huh. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. Oh god, I lost where I was. There it is. $54.71. Line 42. Yeah. Okay. 54.71. What does that actually point to right now? What data is there? 54. $71 right there. 20F37. 20, I see 20F in there a lot. Is that the PPU address? Like an address, maybe a repeat and the data or something like that? No, that doesn't seem right. Word 96 is either 5004 or 5404. 52 starts out as the same. Scroll. because it scrolls a massive chunk at a time. I hate that. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna ignore the rest of that for now. It's some weird pointer math for some shit. Anyway, load that. Decrement by 1. Load A. Store another goddamn table. Where is this? 4, 5, 5, 8. At most 4, so we're just gonna call it 4. What's the point of shenanigans actually doing? Wow. So it's figuring out what pointer 9A should be, right? Which is currently 5471. And storing that into a table. 96 was used in there too. It's clobbering 50. Okay. Clear carry, add 1, store that there. Okay. 16-bit add. 5005. 4C decrement by 1, because of course. God, I hate that. Load a thing. Decremented by 1, but then reference the array plus 1. So there, I'm not convinced that's audio anymore. Otherwise 0. Okay, so now it's reading from 5005. Starting there. Okay. Load, compare. Carry's not clear. What is that, like less than, right? Not less than 20. That would have gone down to here. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, all right, hang on. Anyway, okay, we're gonna increment that. Load the next byte, 1E, compare. Not less than 1E. Same thing, the same branch. Take 1, store that into that array at 0, okay. And there. Load 4, store it there. 496, 5004. 2. Store it there. Clobbering, word 52. And pointer 54. What the fuck? Y. 2 plus 1. ASL, rotate, load, push. What the fuck? I guess we're just staring at a massive wall of text. This is broken. Get back to work, right? And learn. No worries. No worries. I should probably like write this out like in pseudocode or whatever. All right, let me do this. Store Y, shift. Store Y in +1. Shift left, +0. Rotate that onto 1. So that's a 2-byte shift left. Load up 1, push it. Load up 0, push it. So it saves both of those. Do it again. Push it. Clear the carry. Add it to itself. Store it. Push that. What the fuck is going on? Is this some sort of like RNG bullshit or something? Like what the fuck? What the fuck is happening here? Is that building instruction bytes? I don't know. The 11. That's so fucking weird. All right, then it's gonna load that. Oh god, 50 is a pointer. Load Y, load A. Whatever it figured out. And then storing that somewhere else, right the fuck there. Decrement Y. Load A. Store it. Wait. Load Y. 1. 1E. Store that. Or plus 56. Decrement Y. Load A. That. Store that. Pointer plus 54. Okay. Load that. Compare it to 4. Carry clear, not carry clear. Set carry and then subtract 4. Oh boy. Clear carry. Add 4. Or a different byte that happens to be 4. Press carry clear. This is some like underflow protection, right? Store that there. Load that, clear carry, add 1. Store that on itself. Okay. Load plus 1, add carry 0, 2-byte add. Okay, sure. Decrement that pointer. Plus 1. Wait, what the fuck? 1 FO2 now. What the fuck? Wait a minute. That's not a pointer anymore. That is a counter. Going to 4. Not 4, so we're going to subtract 4. Add 4. Wait, hold up. Wait. Okay. Subtract 4 and add a variable, which just happens to be 4. Whatever. Store that on top of itself. Sure. Add 1 to that. Decrement up to the loop. So that's going to happen another... How many times? 1 times? 4, 7, 3 is going to change, maybe? Nope. Is that... Hang on, is that actually... Why is never changing here? Maya Rayner, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome, welcome. How you guys doing? Million Ruby Rose, hello. Hello, hello. I am currently trying to rack my brain on what the fuck this code's doing. You're welcome. Doing some reverse engineering here in 6502 assembly. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know, but I'm not complaining. I ain't complaining one bit. How is stream? What are you working on? I am working on a device called the StudyBox. Do I still have that window open? I do not. Oh, yes I do. It's right here. This thing. It's an educational entertainment thing for the Famicom. Programs come on tapes, and the programs are for grades 3, 4, and 5. For teaching things like English and math and science. One of the tapes we're going through is for one of the English things. It was good. That's good to hear. A little clap in the first half, and then did some more work, getting to delete lots of code, which is always fun. Nice. How am I? I am losing my mind. So these tapes here, they have audio on one channel, right? Recorded audio, which is just passed through the speakers. So you can teach English with the thing, right? And on the other channel is a bunch of data, either graphics data, like tile data, or where to put said tiles, sprite data, etc., or script data. And the script is a stack-based script. That's a domain-specific language, by the way. It's a stack-based script that is interpreted entirely in the firmware of this device. I'm pointing over here because mine's right here. I'm pointing at one right over here. So we do have a good chunk of it figured out, but I haven't worked on this in a while. So we're revisiting some stuff and rediscovering some things and discovering some new things and trying to figure out what they're actually doing with some of this math. Yeah. Probably get this. Can you later, after the stream or whenever you get some time, send me the ROM and some rough instructions on how to get where you are now? Messenger burger and shit, so I can throw my brain. Yeah, absolutely. I think actually, don't I have? I thought I had torrents for the setup. I swore I did. Maybe not. Hang on. Okay. Tapes. That's not what I was thinking. Nope. So I have these. I don't remember if I'm still seeding those, though. Not that these tapes, the tape that I'm looking at right now is actually in that. So, yeah, I'll get that set up for you after stream. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. To figure out some more things, do you plan on writing your own reconstructed assembly language and assemble for this thing so you can write your own ROMs for it? Yes, that is one of the end goals. Absolutely, is getting homebrew on this. So one of the things I do want to get on here, it's a very simple program, right? It's a proof of concept thing that will prove that I have a bunch of other pieces working, right? Where it's basically just putting an image on screen and playing some audio for that image, and then at the end of the audio, like hit A to restart or something like that, right? And the audio that I and the image that I want there. The missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Shit, people here some oddly motivated. Let's go! But yeah, so I want to get that on the StudyBox just for shits and giggles because I think it'll be really funny. Having that as the first like homebrew on this thing. As I said, I'll regret this a lot, undoubtedly. Which desktop environment is this? This is XFCE with a dark mode on it. But this is Vim inside of Tmux. We got two separate Vims here. Sorry. Whoa. No. I got this one up here, which is Go code to disassemble some stuff. This is the code that it disassembled. And I've got just a command over there, command line. Oh. And yeah, this is XFCE.
Excuse
me. I appreciate that. I suspect the pointer shenanigans are setting word 96 and pointer 9A to the start and current end of or index into a buffer or table, with the input being which of the two buffers tables to use, ignoring the other variables as temporaries. It sets, or ignoring the other variables as temporaries, it sets either word 96 to 5400, pointer 9A to the same, plus whatever's at 5000, or the same at the other offset. Yeah. Windows 98 thing? The Chicago 98 thing? Yeah, I've seen that around. It's nice, but, you know, I don't particularly care for theming, because I can't be bothered, honestly. So it boils down to I just can't be bothered. Sounds likely the weird data additions may indicate that a table contains its own length in one of the fields by convention, like the first byte. Right. Yeah, I could absolutely see that happening. And again, this is where I expect screen drawing stuff to be happening in the script, right? I expect the data for it to already be loaded into RAM somewhere, because that presumably is what this is doing, right? It's presumably like waiting for more shit to be loaded, right? So this right here is just a wait loop. That's all that is. It's looking at the word starting at the 2 bytes starting at this address, and it's seeing if those are 0, if both bytes of that are 0, and that address is used throughout the code for things like loading CHR data and the like, right? So presumably, it waits for that stuff to be loaded off the tape, and then it's like, all right, we're done loading it off the tape. Now it's time to draw that shit. Presumably, right? And keep in mind, the screen currently looks like this, right? So nothing's actually drawn yet. As I side benefit, reverse engineering this should actually force me to finally learn C502. Oh. Cheeky fucker. Oh man. Alright, so. Okay, so it's still going through this here. Where is our... Oh, right, okay, yeah. So the high byte of pointer 54 seems to be our counter now, right? Expect 15 now. 03. Oh, that one. Whoa, hang on. Oh, I'm in the IRQ. I'm in IRQ. That's why. It's okay. I'm in IRQ. I'm scared there for a second. Thought I missed something. This is probably getting some data from the tape or something, right? Yeah. Try to start over here. What the fuck is this? Load that. Branch not equal to RTS or RTSing. Okay. Load that. Branch equal to RTI. Okay. A whole lot of nothing happening there. Good. Okay, compare that to 4. Branch carry clear. Less than. Just straight up restore it. Instead of subtracting 4, then adding 4 back to it, which... Sure, fine. I mean, this can be something else, I guess, but fine. Let's see about the motivation to finally sit down and look at what the instructions are doing. Yeah, I get that. Load that clear, add 1, store it. Double add, right. Decrement that. Yep. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Oh, it's hex! God damn it. B, A. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. What was that? 32 bytes? No, 64 bytes at hex 20, right? Shush. In nearly 6 years, yeah, right? I think I could do this myself. Alright, decrement that. We are equal, however, so we are exiting the loop. Pointer 56, we're decrementing that by 1. Branching to not equal to the fucking loop again! Oh, God! Ah! It's a double loop. I forgot about that. Ooh! That was this one, right? That was this one. That's gonna break out of that and hit this one. That's that's 3 nested loops. Fuck. Ah! Oh. And here I thought I was done with the fucking loop. Have you ever tried to convert a Famicom cartridge to audio and burn to a tape? No, because that doesn't really make sense in this context. I hear like a loop, so I put a loop in your loop for your loops. Put a loop in your loop, so you can loop while you loop while you loop. Loops are never done. Yeah. Did you forget to put a return in the while loop inside of a for loop? No, they're just doing a lot of counting. So this is going to be... what was the other... Word 56. Word 50 is not touched anywhere in here, right? No, it fucking is. Okay, 52, oh yeah, okay. Word 56, 56. 4 more loops there. 4 times 64 times what? Hex 16? Jesus Christ. Okay, so 4 times 20 times 16. Fuck you. 2,000 3 kilobytes of this shit? Oh my god. It's not even doing anything. Oh, it changed one of them. Is it going to change the A? Nope. Oh, it changed this guy. I think. Maybe? What is the original language? I bet that's telling. The original language is a domain-specific language. Simply, hey, just curious, have you worked on control flow integrity or flow guard violation and assembly for exploiting CPU vulnerabilities? So I'm working with just 6502. So those don't really exist on this processor. There are 0 protections for any kind of code. There is no run level protection whatsoever. Everything just runs. And by runs, I mean if you tell the CPU that a thing is an opcode, the CPU goes, sure, I'll believe you, and tries to run that opcode, even if that's not a real opcode. Some of them will crash the CPU. Other ones have weird side effects, like loading 2 registers at one time. Yeah. We did know a very easy ACE we could encode it with, but yeah, it would be just a straight ROM, and it still probably wouldn't work as is due to different map addresses, etc. Oh, yeah. No. Unless you've been translating to Famicom ROM to the interpreted language, which is kind of the point of this whole exercise. We need to figure out the bytecode. Yeah. Instructions language first. That's why we're looking at the interpreter. Only after that can we get to translating anything to that. Right. For example, branch spectre, which intel due to vulnerabilities to be a branch predictor, not by compiling optimization. There are 0 protection anythings on the 6502 8-bit processor. Like I said, it has no run levels. Ring 0, ring 1 means nothing in this space. This is the processor on the NES, by the way, the NES and Famicom. So there is no such thing as like a privilege escalation, because everything runs as the same user, because users don't exist on this CPU, right? So yeah, if you can, there are absolutely what is, I've said it like 6 times. The Arch is 6502. 6502. It's an 8-bit architecture. It's a reduced instruction set, that's for sure. There's only like, I don't know, 20 or so instructions, 30 instructions. I don't know. It's something It's not a lot of instructions. In fact, I can actually bring up this here. Nope. This table right here is the full list of instructions on this CPU. That is the full list of official instructions. There's some adding and some subtraction. That's SBC. There's some branching stuff, some bitwise stuff, and comparison things. So that's somewhat async. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't call that async. I don't know. I probably not see. It was likely custom. Oh yeah, the script is absolutely something custom. I would not be surprised, however, if the firmware was written in C. I could see that. At the very least, it's extremely heavily macroed assembly, if anything. At the very least. But it's possible that it's C. It was written in C. Spin like RCU, new motivate. Yeah, it's not really async. There's a single core. It writes instructions, reads instructions, and executes instructions in sequence, always. The IRQ is just an interrupt to hijack the current location of execution and moves it somewhere else. Yeah. Keep in mind this CPU is from 1976. So it's a little old. Code Warrior, how you doing? Welcome. Just a tad old. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. This is the same CPU the same CPU core anyway, that was in the Atari 2600. Granted, that version of the CPU had a bunch of pins chopped off because that was cheaper. So that one's kind of crippled, that CPU. 6507, maybe sounds about right. Something along those lines, yeah. I was not even born for 5 years when that came out. You're dating yourself there. Do they have any async fighters in that language? It would explain why it's procedural. I don't see you break up the loops. You don't. But yeah, so this is a nested loop that I'm working through. So it's churning through a lot of data, doing mostly nothing with the data, by the way. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. It wrapped around because it decremented, and it decremented something else. It decremented this crap over here. Okay, so we're gonna put a breakpoint there. Whoa, wait a minute, whoa! It skipped over some shit. Oh God! Oh no! And now, hang on, wait a minute. Load that, store it there. Pointer 54. Load, compare it to 4. Carry is clear. Set the carry, subtract 4. Clear carry, add 4. To get back to 77. Store that. Right there. Load that, clear it. Yeah. 3. Okay. Then the IRQ happens, which I don't care about right now, actually. Yeah. Get the crap off the tape. It's fine. Yeah. All right, now we're back here. 3, 2. 52. 1. Store that there. Branch not equal. Decrement. Word 56. Move up here again. So now it's blocks of 4 that is doing this in. What the hell? $960 bytes. That's name table data. That's name table data. That's the attribute data for that name table data. I'm not sure. This might be sprites. Blocks of 4 sprites. Of course. All right. Now it's in the second buffer. Yeah. Yeah. Are the loops acting as a state machine? Not as a state machine, but it's preparing data. Preparing data for drawing to the screen. It first went from 5000 to 53D0, and the other starts at 5400. Yeah, well, so this second one, though, is going in blocks of 4 bytes. Store that there. Decrement that. It's 0. We're breaking out of it. 32 bytes. 8 sprites. Okay. Load that. Branch equal. Load that. Branch not equal. Over there. What is this? What did it jump over? Some more of that shit. All right. Buffer and draw. Oh boy. Okay, so load that. Decrement. Load A. Store it there. RTS. Okay, so what did that actually do? Are we using the same buffer space in a different manner right now, not using those pointer shenanigans? I don't know. So maybe preparing points, writing these tables and now accessing those tables? Maybe? I don't fucking know, honestly. Okay, we're swapping a bank. I think the 6,000 bank, right? No, it didn't swap anything. Cool. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. That. Pointer 9A now is being clobbered again with the same value. So the argument, store it there. Subtract, set carry, subtract 1, store it there. Well, the plus 1 subtract 0. Okay. And then a bunch of rotating and loading and rotating and pushing. And pull it, add. Push, push. Pull, pull. Okay. Some weird shit going on there. Pointer 8-3 now. $5,005. Fuck you. Reversing the button. Maybe? If I cared, I'd actually step through that and see what it was actually doing and follow it, but no. It's kind of weird. So to load the same value into the same constant. What? A lot of this ROM is wasteful. All right, a lot of it. Right, load that. Add 0. Store that there. Load Y 0. 80 pointer 83. Add 0. Hex 5005, which is here again. So now we are rereading this shit. Oh my god. Blocks of 20 that many times. Blocks of 4 that many times. That's a header. Thank you for that follow. Appreciate that. All right, load that, store it there. Yeah, so word 50 is that counter, basically. Yeah. Is the header word, right? Is that 11? What is 11 doing here? Array 85 plus 0. Increment Y. That's 50. Store that in 85 plus 1. Okay, so 85, 50, 11. That's where the data starts. Okay, so size of each block, number of blocks, address to start at. That's right, Milo. I saw that. Yeah, he always releases this stuff while I'm streaming on Sundays, which is unfortunate. I looked over and I saw my camera. It's a little dark now because it's darker outside, so give me a second to fix that. There we go. You can see me a little better now. Yeah. 5411 is that second buffer, which in this, for right now, is sprite data. Okay. Okay. Sagittarius, how you doing? This is Messin. There you go. It is a fantastic emulator, Messin 2 specifically. A fantastic emulator that has some phenomenal debugging tools. Phenomenal debugging tools. Since the address is offset by 11 bytes for both buffers, it seems the common header is 11 bytes long. Okay, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. These what started? Well, it starts here, I guess, but that's 12 bytes. I'm not sure what these other bytes are, though. 7090, I don't know what the hell that is. All right, load that. Store it there. Load that. Store it there. Multiply 8 to 16. Byte 06C8 times byte 06C9. And put that into word 06CE. Oh yeah, that fucking result. All right, I predicted that. I don't want to be in there. Jump out of that. I don't care. What put in the archive.org? I think there are some on archive.org. I think. I need to redo this torrents though, because I've since come across more ROMs and I've organized them better. So, yeah. Turn strange again since the first buffer contains the header information that you'd expect the header for the second buffer. I don't know. Yeah, this whole thing is fucking strange. Alright, load that, store it there, load that, store it there. Okay. So that's 3C0. Is that where we're putting sprite data? Possibly? No, that wouldn't make any sense. Because that has to... That has to be on a boundary in order to send sprites over. Unless you're sending sprites fucking manually instead of using the DMA. Which I wouldn't be surprised with, honestly. To carry, add 11, sure, store that there. Load, store, load, store, load, store. Okay, let's move some shit around. They're all 0, so it doesn't matter. All right, load 1. Store it in those 2. Load 0, store it there. Load Y, another fucking loop. Starting at 5005, right there. Is this that same? No, it better not be. Load it, store it, increment Y, compare Y to 6. Okay, so that header data is 6 bytes long. Interesting. So that means that these 2 bytes do mean something, but not right now. Interesting. Interesting. Where's it getting the data it's writing here anyway? Is it copying into itself or from somewhere else? Onto itself, it looks like. Could also be one step in decoding data that will then be copied to somewhere else to actually be transferred to the PPU. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Yeah. But this data would have come directly off of the tape, I think. In turn, means that 70 and 90 means something for the other buffer. Yes. What specifically? No fucking idea. No idea. All right, load that compared to 20. Branch carry clear. Nope. Okay, load that compared to 1E branch carry clear. We've seen that shit before. This is for sprite shit. Tile versus pixel coordinates? Oh boy. Is that like where to start or something? 5000B. At Y. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's start coordinates. That's what that is. Okay. All right. $83, 5009. Ooh, wait a minute. Yes. A 0 RTS. Okay. And this one was it the byte branch equal. Set the name table to name table 1. $24 and $27. Wait a minute. What? 27. Oh, this is 2000. This is 24. 28. That's the beginning of the attribute address. 27C0. Aha! Okay. Yup. Okay. 4749. Where else are these used? All over the fucking place. Okay. Name table attribute. Okay. RTS. Draw some data. Let's go. All right. Pointer 83 deref. Pointer 83 5005. That is here. It's gonna deref this pointer here. 1E20 maybe? I don't know. Let's find out. Load 5. Aha. It's dereferencing this stuff? Maybe? Load 0. Store that in that table. 61. Decrement Y, branch plus. So it's copying this into that table. Load up D1. 06. Okay. Pointer A3. Over here. Reads data via pointer A3, writes the table that, sets pointer A3 to this table. Yeah, okay, yeah. I didn't need to actually just jump through that. Looks like it's copying a header for name table or sprite data that is currently in RAM at the in RAM. Yeah. Okay. RTS. Deref 2 would be for what? Oh, right, because it's at the table. Right, all right. So let's go up to that, maybe? Well, no, that's fine, I suppose. Ooh, whoa. Word 66. Wait a minute. Word 66 is up here. And that's going to clobber all kinds of shit. Up. Oh, boy. Well, kind of. 68. Byte. Word. All right, let's see what it does. Loads that, store it there. Increment Y. Compare Y to 6, not equal. 11, 50, 0, 0. And it cuts halfway into a word. Another variable, which is cool, I guess. Load byte 6A. 0. Shift out a bunch. Store it in 6A. Write 3 times. 3 times? Why 3 times? Load B. So the next one, 6B. Do the same thing and store it there. Anomai happened. Okay. Copying 6 bytes, multiplying 2 of them by 8. Was it multiplying or dividing? Because shifting right is dividing, right? By 2? ASL will be multiplying. Yeah. So dividing them by 8. Of course! It's taking pixel coordinates and putting that into tile coordinates. Fucking of course! Data at pointer 83 is the header data. Is the data pointer is the header for name table data in RAM. So it's not really deref, that's pointer 83 pixel to tile. That's what that does. Okay. This one is simply copying that header. Yeah. Header copy. Okay. Load 3. Store that there. Load that. Rash not equal to loop, but we are equals. We're not doing that. Something palette. Palette data. We didn't do anything with that yet. Pointer 9A. Fuck off. What? 9A 5471. Yeah, okay. That certainly seems like palette data to me. Where the hell did it get this number? I don't know. I don't remember where 9A came from. I did see it somewhere, but I don't remember where it came from. It's probably calculated, honestly, based on the size of the other stuff. Let's load that. Compare it to 3D. 3D? 3D. Okay, so don't go higher than that, I guess. Okay, yeah, if it's higher than 3D, make it F. Fair. Wasn't 9A the output of the pointer shenanigans? Possibly, yeah. No, not yes, it was. So it was some weird pointer math just to find where the end of those buffers essentially were. And to set where the palette data is. I guess. Alright, storing that in a buffer. Increment Y. Compare it to hex 10. We're not done yet. 0F. It's only comparing to 3D. It's only replacing 3D with 0F? That's why? What? Why would it only be replacing that one? Wasn't I the output of, additionally interesting, the shenanigans may actually be there simply to calculate the offset between the palette data entries. Well, they don't seem to be constant. I see some more of them, right? Or no, these aren't palette. 9F? That's not palette. What the fuck are these then? 370F, 27. That's probably palette. I don't know what the hell this is though. 16 bytes, maybe more. Maybe that's more sprite data. Animation shit, maybe? And then palettes for set animation? Oh, that doesn't seem right either. I don't know. Interesting, like in that case, the first 2 bytes of the buffer store a pointer to the offset of palette data. Where? Oh, so pointer to the offset. So it calculates it based on all this shit? What's what you're saying? Copying this stuff. Why? Feel like a 10. 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D. The IRQ, go to hell. I don't care about the IRQ right now. E, F, 10. Buffer move. Some sort of buffer rotation. Oh god damn, no. 610 to 6 to, oh Jesus. What? So that was right there. And then load 0. Load at store. Wait, what the fuck? No, that's not a rotation. That's copying the background. So these buffers are palette buffers. Bytes. And this guy, and label palette buffer. Sprite data starts at 5470 and 70 was associated with what we assumed identified to be a header from the table. Data, or whatever that was, but that seemed to be offsets into the tables. This, the 7090? So these 2 zeros right here were coordinates, right? Which makes me believe that these are also coordinates. Because that would put... put a sprite right about... here-ish, right about there, roughly. Oh, yeah. I think you walked away like this immediately before that. Yeah. Oh god, JSR and then RTS immediately. Something palette. No. Copy palette to buffer. Copies palette data from the tape data buffer. Pointer 9A to a palette buffer at, what was it, 6 something? 610, I think? $610, yes, okay. Literally line next channel block. Shut up. Copy something to 777. Is this audio data now? Pointer 83. Table 6D1 plus 4. That's header. And coordinates. Okay. So taking those coordinates, divide them by 8. Store it there. Divide by 8, tile, or I'm sorry, pixel to tile coordinate, right? Load that, set carry, subtract. 6B, I don't know what was in that. Store that there. Load Y, pointer 8020. Okay, store that there. 6CA. What was that? There, stored it there. Load, store. Load, store. Multiply 8 to 16. What are the inputs again for this? C8 and C9. Multiply 20 by 0. Okay. Got some zeros out of that. Byte A and byte 6A. Put that in 81, 0. We're gonna put it in 5, sure. Branch equal, nope. Well, that into Y, increment Y, load A. Okay, where's that table again? 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7, 7. minus 21, so 798. 98? There? Alright, that table size isn't right, but sure. What was the currently set to? 25. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 34. There it goes. Alright, load that, store it there. Wait, 5118. Wait, 5018. What the fuck is the copying action? Hang on, 5018? Wait. Oh, Jim, pay attention. Oh, that's... Okay, refresh that real quick. That's getting the data. Okay, it's going to start copying shit to the PPU now. Over some PPU data and waits for NMI to draw it. See this one here? It's got the vertical and horizontal fucking right next to each other. Instead of copy-pasting the entire goddamn function. Multiply. I don't need to be the multiplication thing. I don't care. It's just figuring out where to put it. Yep. Thank you for the file. Appreciate it. More of that crap. Yep. Oh, God. Buffer. Sure. With X. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, A, B, C, D, E, F. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A, B, C, D, E, F. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. What is that in? I should know this. What is that in decimal? 36. Okay, that's a weird number to do, though, but sure. Set the flag, and then we're going to wait for that flag. So what's going to happen... Actually, we're not going to see it over there. We're going to have a look here. I'm going to have that open. I'm going to look over here. And we should see that somewhere. So we're going to jump over this. Bam. Right there. It drew the first line. Fan-fucking-tastic. All right. And we are currently coming out of NMI, which is fantastic. And the right scroll, sure. Mask stuff, yep. Arg swap, what the fuck? Swap arg A plus 1 plus... Sure. Wait, what? Where was I just now? And now I think it's yeah, so it's doing a little bit more math to figure out where to put it next. No time for more of the way they do it? Yeah. Well, so here's the thing about that. I don't think they give a shit about the actual screen being off. I bet you Because we are solidly in the frame now. I betcha it will draw the next line while it's drawing the screen. No, it doesn't. Wait a minute. Oh, shit. Oh, my God. Hold up. I thought it did. Holy shit. Never mind then. Okay. It is drawing it outside of NMI. A single goddamn line at a time. Color me surprised. And the buffer call, yeah, the buffer call waits for NMI, yeah. That would spray data all of you. Well, so getting to this screen right here, the one that is currently on screen, the firmware will turn drawing off, send shit to the PPU, and then turn drawing back on in the middle of the frame. I've seen it do it like across like 8 separate instances on the same frame. So it, in other parts of the code, it absolutely does that. But here, apparently, it wants to do it proper, which is surprising. Yeah, this is the Y. The Y coordinate here where it starts, right? Yeah. Oh. Betty Jog, how you doing? Welcome. I know I asked the person who rated you, but I'm curious on your input. I was a dumb question. Therapist, when I'm a host, I've been learning Python using the CS50 course. Okay. Maybe do anything on the side and get paid even if it's a little. Probably. Probably. I don't do much Python myself. Because it's not my wheelhouse, really. But I mean, you could probably figure out some freelance code stuff. All right, we're still going through and yep. Yeah, I wouldn't consider that a dumb question. Okay, you're basically asking if you will be able to do freelance software dev in Python, which sure. It's not really that outlandish, you know? No, I mean, the hard part's going to be, like, finding that work, I think. I mean, it's certainly possible. You know? Although I'd start with, you know, learning the language and getting comfortable in it, right? And there's the last one. Okay. How does it exit this fucking loop? Add carry. Oh, right. It's right there. Okay. This is buffer some more data at the very end for the attributes, isn't it? It's the attribute shit, isn't it? Watch it change all the colors. Maybe not. Sets the name table to 0. Wait, what the fuck? Set name table to 1, draw some data, set name table to 0. Oh, this is that dumb name table rotation thing that I've seen. Oh, God. What would you say is self-teachable and you can like work with? Python? Python's self-teachable, absolutely. Azrael? Hello? So I start with this language and associated concepts. After that, build some sort of portfolio. Exactly, yeah. We need nothing, Media Corp. Welcome. Here's the party here. What is the StudyBox? The StudyBox is a really weird, really nifty peripheral for the Famicom. It's a tape drive thingamajig. It's got like language courses, like English courses, excuse me, English, math, and science courses on the tapes for young kids, grades 3, 4, and 5. So the tape that I'm going through right now is for hearing practice for English, right? English hearing practice. So there's not really much of a lesson on this tape specifically, but it's more of a getting some practice listening to English, right? Yeah. Learn how to read documentation. Yeah. Documentation is usually structured in a way and worded in such a way that is very specific to documentation, if that makes any sense. Similar to how, like, you know, legalese is specific to that genre of work. Code documentation, the way that that's set up is specific to software dev, right? Yeah. And I'd say, yeah, learn how to find the documentation as well, right? That's one of the most that's a difficult thing to teach, by the way. Well, not necessarily that, but being able to find your documentation, being able to find the thing you don't know, right? Important topics such as frog. I was paging through those books, by the way. Hang on, let me grab them. Hang on. I'm gonna grab them real quick. Give me a second. This is the box that was mailed in. I just want to make sure my address isn't on it. So these are some workbooks for the science, I think these are just the science ones. I don't think these are the math ones. So I was paging through these to see if I could actually find. Oh, this is the intro. If I could actually find the that fucking frog one, and I couldn't. Probably because it wasn't the 3rd grade one, which is what these are. This is the 3rd grade science books. But yeah, so I got these workbooks relatively recently, like a week or 2 ago, and we knew these existed for a little while because when we started going through one of the tapes, that's actually graph paper there. It referenced the workbooks, right? And like, oh, look in your workbook for this and that. I was like, oh no, oh god, this is gonna be hard because we don't have the workbooks. So here's some of the workbooks. I discovered not too long ago that I was searching for the wrong thing when looking for these on Yahoo Auctions. So on a whim, I searched for the right thing apparently, and immediately found a full set of workbooks for one of the courses and immediately threw money at it. Just absolutely immediately. So these are not scanned yet. I have to figure out a custom rig for these because they are glued together, not stapled together. I don't want to destroy these just to get the scans off of them. So I got to figure out something in that space. Yeah. I already have most of the English language. I'm sorry, the English lesson books. I'm missing like 2 of them, I think. And those are all scanned. But yeah. Actually, the most reliable, in my opinion, most useful way to know is A, where to look, and B, extract the information you need from documentation. Yeah. It's written in a very specific way. Both writing and understanding the documentation is not trivial and takes time and practice to learn. Yeah. Especially to practice and learn from the results and mistakes along the way and apply those to your own experience. Exactly. Finding and reading documentation is a large part of software development. Yes, because it's impossible to know everything. Absolutely impossible. Yeah. So whenever you need to do something you don't already know or need to remind yourself of some obscure details that suddenly become relevant to your task, then you need to be able to find what you need. Exactly. And that's why I've got this open in a tab. This is a reference to this assembly language that I'm going through. I've been working with this language for 6, 7, 8 years at this point. I've still got the reference up, right? Because again, like you don't necessarily have to memorize everything, but being able to reference things when you need to be able to reference them, right, is important. You know, and I know exactly where to look for this kind of stuff. Yeah. Of course, you start being exposed to a lot of different projects and languages will teach you well. Yeah. It'll take time. You only always learn by self-teaching regardless of the subject. Schools and courses only kickstart the process. Yes. Not only that, especially for software development, new stuff is coming out all the goddamn time. What I was taught back in college 20 years ago at this point, a little less than 20 years ago, maybe 15 years ago, a good chunk of that is now irrelevant. Because it was all like on old libraries and shit, you know? And be able to memorize that language. So the mnemonics, like the actual instructions themselves, isn't that bad. The things that I still struggle with remembering are like, where is it? Not subtract. I want the compares. What are the compares? This is the table I'm always fucking looking up, is CMP right here. So when I do a compare, it sets some registers depending on the value, the variables it's comparing, right? The numbers it's comparing. A negative, carry, 0, and overflow. I think that one is. I could almost never remember what any of these actually are. I'm starting to, because I've started to actually try. But again, like that's one thing I don't necessarily have memorized. Started my CS degree in 2003. Java 1.4.2, baby. God, sorry. Courses can only lay the groundwork. Yes. Equally because she keeps moving, and because courses, by definition, can only provide a basic overview. Source: I am directly involved in structuring our introduction to operating systems and computer architecture. Yeah. Captain Pie is involved in involved in creating those courses. Yeah. You started the 6502 emulator recently. Nice. I really appreciate that. I wrote a 6502 emulator a while back so I could debug some of my own code. It's a fully functional 6502 CPU emulator. There's nothing around that. There's no like IO anything, no screen, no nothing. It is strictly for like testing code, right? So I have it where I can like load up some code, load up a binary, right? And then set a start point and like an end point or whatever, and tell the emulator to go, and I can inspect the memory or whatever at different points, or set up some breakpoints or whatever. But I was working on a breakout game a long while back, and there was a really rare bug where the ball would warp through some blocks, which was wrong, because it should have bounced off the blocks, and I couldn't find out why it was doing. It was incredibly hard to reproduce because it was only at a specific angle and like speed or whatever the hell at a specific location. It was only on like the left side or whatever. So I ended up writing this emulator so I could iterate through every single possible brick location with every single possible ball location with every single possible ball direction. And then compare that to what I expect that to be at that point, given a bunch of math in Go. So eventually I think I found the issue, but it took like 3 or 4 minutes to actually run through the tests. 3 or 5 cards somewhere that has a table of what flag results come from what input relations. For most compare subtract things, I can work out from first principles. Yeah. So I'm starting to remember the compare stuff from the subtract thing, right? Yeah. Plot twist, even though we did that, collision was still borked. Yeah. I don't like collision. Collision doesn't like me either, to be fair. So we don't get along. Collision and I don't get along. No. But oh yeah, and some of the other stuff that I got with this. So these here, this is all of the lesson workbooks, right? These are supplementary materials for coursework overall. Like this one here goes over like how to use the workbooks and you know how to go through the menus and all that kind of shenanigans, right? You know, it's got like what the buttons do. It's all washed out, but you know it's got a picture control and what all the buttons do and all that, right? How to navigate the screens and all that shit. And extra shit to buy that I'll never get. That right over there. It's another one of them, right? Before the actual coursework. And a list of every single tape. You can't see any of that. A list of every single tape in the series for grade 3. Which means I now have a definitive list of all the tapes in this series for grade 3. But with that, I can make some assumptions about the grade 4 and 5. 4 and 5. That I would have to confirm, obviously. But it's data we didn't have before. Which is fantastic. And it even lists out the month. So, the month year on this stuff, the year is more of like a revision. It's the month that actually matters. So it starts in April and wraps around to March. Right? It's 12 tapes. And the lesson starts in April. And every month they mail you a tape, essentially, right? Or rather, that's how it's supposed to work, or what have you. But you can order all the tapes like at once and all that. In fact, I know that because that was in one of these books. It was like a card that was shoved in here somewhere. In one of these. Oh, that's a little manga. Look at that. Is it stapled? Oh, it is. Fantastic. It means like that the fact that it's stapled means I can unstaple it and scan it. Easy. I put like a little manga with characters and shit. Nifty. Right? Peak 80s art style too. I love it. I absolutely love it. And a StudyBox Club Pocket Survival thing. It's green, so you can't see it. But it's got a compass on it. It's fancy as shit. And like some clocks and a calculator and some like and a mechanical pencil and some paper clip things that are plastic. Yeah. Some screenshots. How much work went to this obscure little thing? The StudyBox? Fuck. A lot. A lot of work. Did he actually win the bit on that strange StudyBox we found on stream? No. No, I did not. Raimu, how you doing? I really wish I threw more money at that. So it's amazing how much effort went into this. It's so much effort. So much effort went into a thing that, like, no one knows about. Like I have a feeling this is the first time that these books made it out of Japan. Probably. The scans I have of the English workbooks, I think, are the first scans of those. Hi, how you doing? Welcome. Just to skip the ad, how are you? I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate that. We are working on some reverse engineering of some StudyBox stuff today. Specifically reverse engineering the, or continuing our reverse engineering efforts, rather, on the scripting language that is the StudyBox, or that's on the StudyBox, rather. I got a little distracted, and I've got some workbooks from some of the lessons here. These are for, I believe it's just the science lessons. Yeah, it's just the science lessons. Auto, you know, I keep forgetting, you can't see shit if I do this. But yeah, more kids like mailing shit in and all that. Okay, number 4, yeah, we're getting there. But yeah, reverse engineering and C502, 2 things I like. Nice. But yeah, so this thing is, I got a picture of it somewhere. This bastard. It's a tape drive for the Famicom. And the tape I'm working through right now is for hearing practice, listening practice for English. Right? For I actually don't know if it's third grade or not. Or I'm not even sure if it has a age group associated with it. The rest of the lessons are either 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade. Like these books, these are all for 3rd grade, right? So it's 3rd grade science books. So it's shit like, you know, nature and you know, butterfly stuff, and it's neat shit though. Neat. Yeah. It's insane how this all started from a single obscure line entry in a table on a NetStuff wiki, and your repertoire of curiosity. Actually, so this one specifically didn't start from a wiki entry. This one specifically was Sour on Discord mentioning, gee, I wish someone would take a look at this. And I went, what the fuck is that? That doesn't sound familiar. And then I fell down a rabbit hole. And I'm still down there. I've got a shovel, though. I'm digging deeper. I'm digging deeper. And getting these workbooks, I found shit that I didn't even know existed. Like, there's a world clock for the. Wait, hang on. I've got some more workbooks. Give me a second. Okay, eventually we'll come out the other side, yeah, right? These are some more workbooks. I'm actually going to put these in that box. There's plenty of room in that box now. So, a while back, a year or two ago, I was able to pick up a bunch of the English language, or the English lesson workbooks, right? Enjoy English. Those I have scanned. Let me go over to those. Bubba, and then StudyBox. Workbooks. Enjoy English. Let me get the raw ones. Lesson 1. Here's the cover, right? These are the raw scans, by the way. So you have to deal with it. But yeah, these things are fucking adorable. I love these. All right, goes over like the brother Chance, right? So these guys that sing or whatever, recurring character. And Johnny is the dog. He's a recurring character in the English series, right? He's one of the hosts. Yeah, okay, that's fair. That's the wrong. No, that's for me. There we go. How's that? That better? Yeah, the brother Chance. Yeah. Yeah, so these are like workbooks you follow along. Am I too quiet? I probably am too quiet. I did screw with this the other day. Oh, I have to like barely tap that, and it jumps if I barely tap it. All right. But yeah, so workbooks for things, for the English stuff. So I've had these for a while, and with it I got like a poster, right? So this poster is actually all stickers. So you get. I don't need to actually see if I can look underneath that because I have an unpopulated poster for stickers. So let's see. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 for Unit 1, right? So each unit comes with a handful of stickers that you pop on the thing, and these are all characters that show up throughout the Gold Tomahawk story that is told throughout the lessons, right? So the first half of the English tapes are like a lesson and like a test or whatever the hell, right? A quiz, and then the second half of the tape is a story, more or less, that progresses each tape, and there's like some puzzles that you'll do. And it's reinforcement learning, basically, right? So I had that, and I got like this other little poster years ago, right? And then I got I found another one where I got some more. I got like these guys again, right? So it's the intro and lesson 1 with the intro and lesson 1 tapes, just those two. But one of the reasons I really wanted it for this stuff. So this is like an intro kind of manual thing for the math and science courses. This one is the same, but for the English courses, right? Teaching you how to use everything and the controls and all that kind of shit. And a massive wall of text from some founder or whatever. Understand the question in Japanese? Yeah, yeah. And then there was this right here, which is not even a workbook. It's just a book going over the U.S. mail system. And it's got fan art in it. No, that's okay. Yeah, the card inserts. Yeah. So this is the cover. Look at that 1980s ass hair. Look at it. Or 1990s, because 92. Look at that hair. Oh my God. And those glasses, Jesus Christ. Goddamn. Inserts. Yeah. Page 1, page 2. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that face. Oh my God. Yeah, the fan art. Yes. Stamp. Look at this guy. Look at this guy's getup. Oh my God. Educational system. Yeah, an educational system got actual fan art. Let me scroll to some of that. Oh, there was one of them. There's some fan art right there. Yeah, good fan art even. There's some more fan art over here of Johnny. Look at all this. So this character was like pre-drawn, right? And then you like drew something around that character or whatever, right? This one's playing tennis. This one's, I don't even know what's going on there. This one, there's a bunch of guys like professing their love to this woman. Which is love letters, flowers and shit. It's hilarious. I love it. Some signatures. Let's see, where was the other, where was that one bit? Like, pictures of the kids, right? These kids are like my age now, I think. Look at it. Like, what the fuck? Someone was not liked. Someone disliked this guy. Oh, God. Oh, yeah. I discovered that this was a thing. It's a world clock. A world time clock. StudyBox branded. Fucking Johnny's on it. Pointing to the time zone, essentially. Like, what? What? And then look at that. Color fan art. So Little Mary is one of the characters from this, one of the recurring characters in the series, right? I don't know if she'll come up on it, but she's right there, right? Little Mary. I'm not sure who that is. Johnny's in the background. These guys, like, fucking look at this! Look at that! I fucking love this shit. This is hilarious. Eliza is like the villain. This was Takeshi and Jimmy are like the main characters, I guess. This guy's the main character and his main character's friend. Little Horse is a supporting character, right? Johnny. And a little fucking clock again. From the StudyBox Club. Fucking fan art. I was not... That was the last thing I was expecting, was fucking fan art. Printed in this. From 1992. I love it. I fucking love it. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Vanix, how you doing? Do I know Japanese? I know enough to understand that I don't know Japanese. Anyway, so yeah, that's what those are. Like I said, these are all scanned. I think I don't remember if I released these publicly. I certainly plan on it if I haven't already. If anything, I've released the raws. I haven't cleaned them up yet. Or rather, I certainly haven't finished cleaning them up yet. Perfect. All right. Anyway. Fucking glasses are big. Yeah. Modern educational stuff, clearly have something to learn from this. Oh, God, yeah, clearly. There's quite a few kids apparently really like this stuff. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was like a great story, you know? Archaeology. Nutrix, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, they had like... So it had like, you know, a lesson time thing, but it was like a story mixed in, you know? And then there was the Gold Tomahawk story where the main character is chasing after a treasure and Little Mary's a fucking ghost that speaks to him or whatever and guides him, you know? And he's learning English along the way. You know? It's really nifty. Is one of the technical curiosities we have today? Yeah. Yeah. It's so cool as a concept. Yeah, it really is. It's really nifty. By the way, anyone that wants to have a look at like the actual tapes themselves, so I do have this page here, which is basically an overview of the English tapes so far. I'm still working on overviews of the other ones, but it's got some screenshots and some full playthroughs without any commentary. I made sure not to have any commentary. This is the intro one, right? I don't have it turned up. I have it muted right now. Yeah, this is like one of the intro tapes, right? Goes over like the alphabet. This one's like just the alphabet, pretty much, I think. And so like it's like a matching game in here, right? Then there's another intro, right? Just doing the same thing. So similar words and all that. Yep. Are those the saved scum recordings? This one isn't, because there's nothing to this one. This one's just like press A or whatever, you know? I think one or two of them might be saved scum a little bit. I honestly don't remember. I think for one of them, I accidentally hit repeat instead of continue. I wouldn't necessarily call that a save scum, because I just chopped out the duplicate, essentially, right? That was like one or two of them. I forget. But yeah, then it just goes through all 14 tapes. Yeah, there's little Mary. She's coming to him in a dream, and then look, this fucking picture. Like, what? Yeah, little Mary comes to him in a dream. I don't know where he got the vase. Yeah, the brother Chance, they do a little song and dance, right? Because, well, you know, it's hot and cold or whatever. More the little story afterwards. Yes, a fair bit of nightmare fuel, right? Yeah. Some trippy shit too. Like, what the fuck's going on here? That cycles colors, by the way. Yeah. Seizure bait right there. That's that's what that is. But yeah, and some of the art in this is phenomenal, right? Like, look at that. That's fucking beautiful. That's beautiful. And you contrast that with whatever the fuck this is. So there were clearly two separate teams working on these things. One that did all the lessons, and then one that worked just on the Gold Tomahawk story. At least, especially for the artists, you know, because you got stuff like this, where the proportions are a little weird, right? And then you've got stuff where proportions make sense, you know. This dude gets sick. Yep. Like, look at that. Okay, this versus this, right? The fuck's going on here? Yeah, no, that's running on the NES. Yeah, in an interpreted proprietary bytecode format, read from a tape while having recorded audio on the same tape at the same time. Yeah, it's amazing, right? Even, okay, so some of the code's disgusting. Whatever. They got it working. And for the most part, it works very well. Right? Gold Tomahawk probably had less content, I'm guessing. Not really. I think it's generally about half the tape. It's, well, it depends, actually. It depends on how long you take to do some of the shit. It's about the same. I think. There's certainly more art over there. And it's less repeated stuff. So during the actual lesson, there's a bunch of repeated stuff, right? So they say a thing and then they repeat that thing, right? There's, you know, to make sure you learn it or whatever. And there's like none of that in the story. And the art is like night and day for a lot of this stuff, you know? Night and day. Look at this. Got perspective and shit. Right? That's a little horse, by the way. This guy's stalking him. That's Takeshi. Fucking Romeo and Juliet, but on the phone. Because reasons. Shut up. Like, what? Like, what's going on here? Look at this. Look. What? Look at that perspective. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's whatever the hell's going on here. It's just pictures on top of pictures and shit. Very normal thing in a learning game. A stalker. Yeah, well. Yeah. Oh, look at that. It's the gold tomahawk of gold tomahawk fame. Look at that. And yes, this ROM has the Twin Towers in it. I was not expecting that when I first was going through these tapes. Was not expecting to see the Twin Towers. But yeah. Pre-unplanned demolition, yeah. And considering they didn't have the same dev tools back then as we do now, some issues can be forgiven. Oh yeah, absolutely. Mr. President, a second tape is at the study box. God damn it. A second tape is hit the study box. But yeah, so that's the Enjoy English tapes. Those are fully documented. The English Plus are coming soon. I don't think I have the server started up. No, not that one. Localhost. Yeah, okay. Let me start that up real quick. Nope. This one? No. Wait a minute. You go D server? There it is. Okay. StudyBox. And then down here. Nope, not the plus. It's the hearing tapes. This one. Right here. So the number 6 is the one we're going through right now. This is up on YouTube, but this page isn't live yet. We'll never forget what the tapes did to the StudyBox. But yeah, so the code I'm working through right now is before anything else actually loads up. It's doing the initial drawing of the screen, and we've been looking at that for 7 hours. 7 hours, goddamn. We'll never forget what the frogs did on the StudyBox. Yeah, there's a clip of that somewhere. A clip of it somewhere. But I ain't gonna look it up right now. Stop that. That one. Let's build another different StudyBox next to it. With half the something like the space. I don't know. But half the audio tracks. Half the frogs. There you go. There you go. All right. JSR. Oh God, where is this? Not F12, F11. Label 6802. What the fuck is this doing? Buffer and draw. Oh, I bet you that's sprite data now. Maybe this is sprite data now. Half the tape specifically missing only the audio. Yeah. 5760. Is that where the audio? The audio. Is that where the sprite data was? No. 5760. What the fuck is over here? Is this audio shit? Like music stuff? Copies 4 things from somewhere to somewhere else. Not where I thought they would be. Okay, we're at 0 and 1. What does that swap it to? 0 and 1. Cool. But that changed everything. Are these readouts right? You swap low RAM. Because that's what I'm looking at here. I'm not looking at 6,000. I'm looking at 5,000. Okay. I760 is attribute data, isn't it? And that looks like tile data, maybe. What does that start at? Let's have a look at that, actually. 5,000. Okay, we're going to have a look at that in here. CPU memory. We're going to start at 5,000. Look at that. That is absolutely tile data. Amazing. What the fuck was all this? I see a face in there. Why was it loading up a face? I wonder. Unless I didn't reload the ROM, I just cleared it or reset it. That might have been it. Yeah. JSR over to here. Label 1D90. Johnny's in there. Is he? I mean, it could just be that that's the data from before the reset. Possibly? I don't know. Because Johnny is a sprite in that. But I don't know, we'll see. Top row ears. Yep. 454 is 1,000. So that's where it's going to be loading the stuff. Okay. Tile. So we're loading it down here. So load some shit. Yeah, okay, so that's going to load up a bunch of data for that. Let's go to this table real quick. No, view my reviewer. Tile data, I'm assuming. For like 2 tiles? Maybe? Yeah. Full tile of one color. Full tile of another color. Full tile of a third color. And the fourth color. That's what that looks like. Oh, there's the IRQ that we don't care about because nothing's happening yet. Or not. We're if anything, we care about the NMI, which is not happening yet. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Jump there. Okay, yep. And then I'm going to put a breakpoint here. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Exactly what I was expecting to see. Yes. I think. Yeah. Buffer. Oh, no. No buffer and drop. Whoa. Screen change. What was this? Oh, God. I skipped over a lot of shit. I skipped over so much shit. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Oh, no. It didn't load any PPU, any palette data. But it did load up. Oh, it loaded up all of yeah, like, what the hell's her name? The other character there. The tile data for that. But I just accidentally skipped over, which is cool. Clear tables. Fucking. The screens that it gives though are atrocious. Like this is an actual frame that it shows on screen. And that's another frame it shows. And then it switches over. And it'll have the palettes right here eventually, right? Next frame, maybe? String shenanigans, what the fuck? Alright, Campbell, you have a good night. Thanks for stopping by, appreciate it. See you next time. Load that, compare that. Change RTS. Okay. Six of these. That's that header again. Set return codes? Takes values and arguments and puts them on the stack based on bytecode metadata values. Oh, we are returning from that argument. Oh my god. That argument took several frames. That code took several frames. All right, so that is so that opcode basically was draw the goddamn screen. What is our next? CF negate. This guy here. Wow. So that unknown is draw the screen. What do our sprites look like? CPU memory is that. Okay. Sprite RAM. Empty. Okay. It didn't know the sprites yet. Or maybe it did, and Johnny's not on screen yet. He walks in. Draw and switch to. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of stuff. Yeah. 90, where is that? Draw and show screen. Whoop. Draws the whole screen from data previously loaded from the tape. If you're used to thinking about instructions as taking just a few clock cycles, well, no. Yeah, that's that was like a full second of frames, I think. At least a few seconds of frames. Had to be. 'Cause that did so much shit. Oh my god. So much shit. Negate, push a word. Push that, push another word. Push some more shit. E7. What the fuck is E7? Oh, God. My guess is some either animation or sprite shit. That's going to be my guess. Call absolute. 6FCC. That's in here, right? Yes. Okay. Oh God. Yep. That's probably part of the animation shit. Seconds? No, it can't be. Then I remember drawing the tile map in 1 row per frame, and that's what, 30 rows? So that's 30 frames. That's half a second just drawing the damn thing. Yeah, that's ignoring, you know, processing the data, whatever the fuck that was doing there. I still don't understand what the hell it was doing. With, like, comparing it to 4, subtracting 4, then adding some other shit. Like, I don't know what the hell that was all about. Because that, like, 4 isn't around over here, you know? Like, it's some 1s. So where was it getting 4 from? I don't know. Like I said earlier, we at StudyBox Inc. only use the most efficient techniques in our interpreter. Anyway, I think that's actually where I'm going to wrap it up tonight, though. We figured out a whole instruction, kind of, mostly. Thank you for that, file. Appreciate it. Dug into some more shit. I probably need to document a little bit better, but, you know. Efficiency is counted as wasting your time efficiently. Yeah. Efficient in terms of developer time, not runtime. Yeah. But yeah, we actually made some significant progress tonight, which I was not really expecting, I'll be honest. But yeah, I'm happy. I'm happy with how far we got. Anyway, we are going to see if anyone else is live, so don't go anywhere quite yet. We're gonna raid somebody. Let's have a look over here. Anybody working on something interesting? Maybe. Possibly. Let's turn off audio for you guys. You can't hear anything. Yeah, we're gonna go over here, I think. I don't remember when I rated this person last, but they're on my. I'm following them, so you know. Yeah. Friday. I don't know what I'm gonna be doing then. Who knows? Maybe more of this. Maybe more Tetris stuff. Not entirely sure. There are some things I need to clean up with Tetris. I don't know if I want to do this on stream or off. But I do want to get more into the digging into the StudyBox stuff again. So maybe more of that. I don't know. We'll see. We shall see. Anyway, good bit of progress. Yeah. More before that. Well, not too much. Not too much. It's more of regaining my footing, right? Figuring out where I was and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, come with me to say hi. I would really appreciate it. And I will see you guys. I should see you guys next weekend. But yeah, you guys have a good night, and I'll see you next time. Bye-bye.